Welcome to True Reddit Scary Stories. Tonight, we're not just sharing stories, we're building a haunted house of horrors, brick by terrifying brick. In the comments, drop your location and the number 13 if you've ever felt a chill you couldn't explain. The bravest storytellers among you might hear their tales echoed in our next Listener Nightmares episode. Remember, every like wards off the algorithm demons, and every subscribe conjures another story from the digital shadows. Now, let's walk the razor's edge between reality and the unexplained. Your descent into darkness starts now. The neighbor's window. Every night, he's there, eyes locked on me from across the alley, his presence a dark stain on the edge of my vision. I've caught glimpses of him, fleeting shadows through the curtains, but now I'm starting to fear he isn't just outside my window. He might be inside my mind. It all started when I moved into my new apartment, a quaint one-bedroom on the third floor of an old building. The neighborhood was quiet and charming, just what I needed after breaking up with my boyfriend and leaving our shared home. My new apartment faced another building that was a mirror image of my own. Small comforts, I thought. I remember the first evening. I was unpacking boxes, the mundane routine giving me a sense of normality. I looked up and saw him. There he was, just standing by his window, staring out into the dimly lit alley. Our eyes met, or at least I think they did. I quickly averted my gaze, feeling an odd chill. It had to be a coincidence. Days passed, and I tried to adapt to my new life. Work was stressful, but that's what marketing jobs are like. I confided in Maggie about the breakup and the move. She laughed at my paranoia when I mentioned the man in the window. "He's probably just lonely," she said casually over coffee. But it didn't stop. Every time I looked out, he was there, like some twisted statue. Night came, and the presence didn't wane. He watched, unblinking, unwavering. Even when I tried to ignore him to focus on my work or binge-watch TV shows, his figure persisted at the edge of my vision. One especially cold night, I decided to shut him out entirely. I pulled the curtains closed, determined to reclaim my peace. But as the hours ticked by, sleep refused to come. Instead, I lay there, wide awake, every creak and groan of the building amplified in the silence. And then I heard it, soft, persistent taps at my window. Tap, tap, tap. Heart pounding, I sat up in bed. Was it the wind? A branch? I approached the window, each step heavier than the last. I hesitated, fingers trembling as I grasped the curtain. In one swift motion, I pulled it aside and immediately regretted it. His face was closer than ever before, distorted by the frost on the glass. Panic surged through me. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over my own feet. The tapping stopped, but the silence was worse. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to hide, to breathe. But all I could do was stand there, frozen in my own apartment. When morning came, exhaustion hit me like a freight train. I barely made it through work, my thoughts consumed by the eerie presence looming across the alley. By the time I returned home, dragging my weary body through the door, I felt a hollow emptiness. The curtains stayed shut, but that sense of being watched never left. A few days later, I decided to meet Maggie for coffee again, hoping a bit of normalcy would calm my frayed nerves. As I sipped my latte, I recounted the previous night's events, the tapping, the face at the window. Maggie's eyes narrowed with concern, but I could tell she was skeptical. "Emma, you're probably just stressed. It's just your mind playing tricks," she insisted. But even as she spoke, I could see the first seeds of doubt in her eyes. I wished it was all in my head. I wished the looming dread would vanish with the sunrise. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. That night, the tapping returned, even louder and more insistent. Holding my breath, I pressed my ear to the cold glass, hoping for silence, but bracing for something far worse. The Neighbor's Window, Part 2. As I sipped my latte, I felt a sense of unease gnawing at me. Accusing my mind of playing tricks did not make the feeling of being watched any less real. Maggie's dismissive reassurance didn't have the calming effect I needed. "Emma, you're stressed," she repeated. I nodded, but doubt weighed heavy on my heart. Returning home was a struggle. I steeled myself as I approached my building, reluctant to face another night of terror. The shadows seemed to deepen, the world darkening around me. The sidewalk that led to my apartment felt strangely unfamiliar, each step heavier than the last. That night, sleep was an elusive dream. I tumbled into a restless doze, only to find myself back at my window in a nightmare, staring into pitch-black eyes that bore no recognition or humanity. I woke with a start, heart pounding, sweat dripping down my face. I knew the neighbor would be there, but this time, something broke within me. Desperation mixed with a twisted kind of bravery. I couldn't live like this anymore. I pulled on my coat and left my apartment, my footsteps echoing in the silent hallways. Determined to face my fears, I crossed the alley and climbed the steps to his building. My heart was a drum in my ears as I knocked on the door. No answer. I knocked harder, growing bolder with my frustration. Still nothing. When a maintenance worker happened to pass by, I invented a story about leaving something with a friend who occupied the apartment. He shrugged and unlocked the door for me. I stepped inside, expecting confrontation or, at the very least, answers. What I found was far from it. The apartment was empty, dust-covered, and cold. It looked like no one had lived there for weeks, maybe months. UNEASETI eats in my heart, L like a VIC. My phone buzzed, snapping me out of my daze. Maggie checking in on me. I explained where I was and waited for her arrival, the silence of the apartment pressing in on me. When she finally arrived, she wore a skeptical look. "Emma, this place is deserted. There's no way anyone could have been watching you," she said, trying to sound patient. But I could hear the edge in her voice, the shift from concern to disbelief. "Just look around, Maggie. There has to be something," I pleaded, desperation lacing my voice. We searched the apartment together, turning up nothing. Defeat weighed on me as Maggie led me back to my apartment, suggesting that maybe I talk to a professional about the stress. But as we stepped into my living room, my landlord stood there, an odd look on his face. "Emma," he began cautiously, "I need to tell you something about the man who lived across the alley." I listened, every word hitting harder than the last. The neighbor had died weeks ago, alone in his apartment. The cause was a heart attack, they suspected. WE case, AGO. My world spun. If he was dead, then who or what had I been seeing every night? Maggie's grip on my shoulder tightened, her own doubts starting to surface. As disbelief morphed into terror, I felt a deep-seated fear settle in my bones. The man, or whatever presence haunted me, was beyond explanation, beyond rationality. My only choice was to leave, to hope that distance could sever this twisted connection. But deep down, a grim certainty clutched at me. Moving might change my address, but it wouldn't change the haunting, relentless sense of being watched. The Neighbor's Window, Part 3. The silence of the empty apartment across the alley haunted me. Every creak and whisper of the wind amplified my fears, making them tangible. I couldn't stay in my place any longer. I had to confront whatever this thing was once and for all. One cold, clear night, I resolved to face my fears head-on. I armed myself with a flashlight and a sense of determination I hadn't felt before. I crept down the stairs, crossed the alley, and entered the empty apartment. The air felt heavy, laden with an ominous stillness. The moonlight filtered through the window, casting long, eerie shadows on the walls. I stood in the middle of the living room, every hair on my body standing on end. It was then I felt it, a cold, almost paralyzing grip on my shoulder. I spun around, swinging the flashlight, but there was nothing. Just an empty room with dusty furniture. My breath came in shallow gasps, my heart a hammer in my chest. "Who are you?" I whispered, the words barely audible in the silence. Fear gnawed at my resolve, but I kept my stance. The presence was there, lingering. It was as if the very air around me was alive, watching my every move. I backed away slowly, my mind racing. The terror was real and palpable, pushing me to the edge of sanity. When I finally stumbled out of the building and into the safety of what felt like normal reality, I knew I couldn't stay. Everything about the place was tainted, haunted by an inexplicable dread. I moved out the next day, leaving behind the echoes of my fear and the unsettling presence I couldn't explain. The new apartment was miles away, in a different neighborhood. Fresh start, I told myself. Fresh start. For a while, things seemed brighter. Sleep returned to me in fits and starts, but that sense of being watched never truly disappeared. I was haunted by memories of that cold grip, the eyes that bore into my soul. Then on a night much like the ones before, I heard it. Tap, tap, tap. Soft, insistent tapping at my window. My heart froze. I turned ever so slowly, dread pooling in my stomach. The window was just a few feet away, the curtain drawn tight, but the sound continued. Tap, tap. It had followed me. Whatever it wasn't confined by distance. My lungs strained as if breathing through a thick fog. Drawing the curtain back slightly, I peered into the night, my vision blurred by fear. There was nothing there, just the empty darkness. But the tapping resumed, louder and more insistent. Wearfarfrfin. The haunting wasn't bound by walls or miles. It was inside me, etched into my every waking moment. The chilling taps and deafening silence served as a brutal reminder that some horrors don't remain locked in the past. They follow, relentless and unyielding, no matter how far you run. If you've made it this far, the shadows have already begun to close in. Subscribe now to ensure you never miss a terrifying tale. And if you dare, hit the thanks button to buy me a cup of midnight brew. Your support keeps the nightmares flowing. Now, brace yourself for our next story. Have you ever felt eyes on you, even when you're sure you're alone? That haunting sensation started the night I knocked on the door of Unit 5B to welcome my new neighbor. Little did I know, Vincent was no ordinary tenant, and I was about to uncover a chilling truth that would shatter my understanding of reality. I had just moved into this apartment complex last month, seeking a fresh start after a brutal breakup. It wasn't anything fancy, but it suited my needs. Quiet, decent rent, and close enough to work. Besides, I was optimistic about the change, figuring a new environment might help me get back on my feet. The first sign of trouble came through the building's management app. I got a notification that read, "New neighbor in 5B." I should have felt indifferent. People come and go all the time. But there was something about it that set me on edge, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. That evening, after a long day filled with troubleshooting computer systems and dealing with irate clients, I decided to pay a visit to the new tenant. I had always believed in being friendly, even if I viewed myself as a bit of an introvert. I knocked on the door and waited. An unsettlingly long pause followed before I heard the slow, deliberate sound of locks being undone. The door creaked open, and there stood Vincent. He was a man in his mid-40s, with dark, piercing eyes that seemed to look right through me. His skin was pale, almost sickly, and his hair was short, slicked back in a manner that felt out of place for someone who just moved in. He looked at me without a word, his expression unreadable. "Hi, I'm Jordan, your neighbor from 5A, I said, forcing a smile. "Just wanted to welcome you to the building." Vincent nodded slowly, his gaze never wavering. "Thank you," he replied, his voice low and gravelly. "Name's Vincent." The silence that followed was suffocating, and his unblinking stare made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. I mumbled something about being around if he needed anything, and hurried back to my apartment, my mind reeling from the discomfort of the encounter. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay on my bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling an inexplicable unease. Was it Vincent, or was it just the stress of the move and my recent breakup gnawing at me? I didn't know, and I tried convincing myself it was nothing, just a trick of the mind. Around 2 a.m., I was jolted awake by a faint noise. I sat up, trying to pinpoint its source. It sounded like whispers, but it was unclear, almost as if the walls themselves were murmuring secrets. I strained my ears, but the sound faded as quickly as it had come. Groggily, I went to the kitchen for a glass of water. I noticed my keys weren't on the counter where I usually left them. My heart skipped a beat. They were in the bathroom cabinet instead. Maybe I had misplaced them, but it felt off, like a small piece of a larger, more menacing puzzle. The following morning, I tried to dismiss the incident, chalking it up to my exhaustion. But as the days passed, the unsettling feeling grew stronger. I would hear the whispers more frequently and find objects inexplicably moved. A framed photo of my family, sturdy on the wall, crashed to the ground, glass shards scattering across the floor. Then, late one night, I heard the unmistakable sound of metal scraping. My curiosity got the better of me. I crept to the door and peered through the peephole, my heart pounding. In the dim corridor, I saw Vincent, dragging a heavy bag that left a dark, wet trail behind it. The sight was both horrifying and mesmerizing, a slow-motion nightmare. Against my rational instincts, I followed him. The dimly lit hallway led to the basement, a place I had rarely explored. Vincent moved with purpose, oblivious to my presence. He reached a rusted metal door at the far end, opening it to reveal an abyss of darkness. A rancid smell hit me, a sickening blend of rot and decay. I hid behind a stack of old boxes, my heart hammering in my chest. Vincent dragged the bag into the room, leaving the door ajar. I could hear the wet squelch of whatever was inside, accompanied by the sound of buzzing flies. The stench was overwhelming, nearly making me gag. Summoning every ounce of courage, I crept closer, peering into the room. What I saw sent a jolt of terror through me. The walls were smeared with crimson symbols, their meanings unknown but undeniably sinister. In the center of the room stood a makeshift altar, adorned with bones and tattered remains. It looked like the site of an ancient, malevolent ritual. A hand suddenly gripped my shoulder, and I turned to face Vincent's enraged eyes inches from mine. "You shouldn't be here," he hissed. "I-T-S-H-A-T-T-E-R-E-D-Y-O-U-R-U-N-D-E-R-S-T-A-N-D-I-N-F-R-E-A-L-I-T-Y." The words echoed in my mind as I sprinted back to my apartment, locking the door behind me. I spent the rest of the night barricading it with furniture, trembling with a fear that refused to dissipate. The following morning, the sunlight filtering through my blinds did little to dispel the dread clinging to me. I could still feel Vincent's grip on my shoulder, his rage palpable as if he stood right behind me. My threshold for normalcy had been shattered, and I knew I wasn't dealing with anything ordinary. Days went by in a haze. I avoided Vincent, but the unsettling occurrences in my apartment continued. Whispers at odd hours, objects moving without explanation. It was as though my reality was bending, twisting into something unrecognizable. Then, one night, it reached a peak. I woke up in the dead of night, again to the sound of scraping metal. My heart pounded as I peeked through the peephole. Vincent, with the same heavy bag, was dragging it toward the basement. The dark trail behind him was even more prominent this time, a grotesque breadcrumb trail. Compelled by equal parts fear and curiosity, I dressed quickly and followed him, maintaining a safe distance. He seemed oblivious to my presence, focused on his grim task. I watched him unlock the rusted door to that vile room, noting the way he moved, almost ritualistic, like he was performing some dark rite. Once Vincent disappeared into the darkness, I resolved to get closer. I needed to know what was in that bag. Holding my breath, I crept up to the door, the rancid smell even more overpowering than before. I squinted into the dim light, trying to make sense of the scene inside. The bag lay open on the floor, its contents a mass of rotting flesh and bones. My stomach churned, bile rising as I forced myself to look around. The symbols on the walls seemed to pulse with a macabre life of their own. The altar was more intricate now, adorned with fresh bones and what looked like animal sacrificial remnants. My pulse raced. I had to get out of there before Vincent realized I was spying on him. Just as I turned to leave, a hand clamped down on my shoulder again. I whipped around to see Vincent's face, contorted with fury, mere inches from mine. His breath was hot, and his eyes bore into mine, making my blood run cold. "You shouldn't be here," he spat, his voice dripping with malevolence. Pure adrenaline kicked in, and I broke free, sprinting down the corridor. I could hear Vincent's footsteps hard on my heels, his breathing heavy with rage. My feet pounded against the cold floor, my lungs burning with the effort of escape. Just as I reached my apartment, I slammed the door shut and bolted it. I threw furniture against it, creating a makeshift barricade. My heart hammered in my chest, the fear morphing into pure terror as I heard Vincent's muffled voice outside, whispering sinister threats. "Y-O-U-R-E-N-E-X-T." Those words echoed in my head as I curled up on the couch, clutching a kitchen knife for whatever comfort it could provide. I didn't sleep that night, too terrified Vincent might break in. Morning brought an eerie calm. The sinister whispers were gone. Mustering every ounce of resolve, I checked the peephole. Nothing. I cautiously moved the furniture away from the door, half expecting Vincent to come, crashing in. But when I dared to open it and look out, the hallway was empty. Only silence greeted me. The next day, I ventured outside to clear my head. I needed to talk to the building manager. Someone had to know something about Vincent and what was happening in Unit 5B. I approached the front desk, trying to mask my desperation. "Hey, I need to talk to you about the guy in Unit 5B, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. The manager, a middle-aged woman with an air of indifference, looked puzzled. "There's no one in Unit 5B, she replied, scanning through her computer. "We haven't had a tenant there for months. Are you sure you're not mistaken?" My blood ran cold. "What? No, I met him. Vincent. He's been there for weeks." She shook her head firmly. "I can assure you that unit's been vacant. Maintenance is scheduled to clean it out next week." Disbelief washed over me. How could Vincent vanish so completely, leaving no trace behind? My mind raced, struggling to piece together the fragments of this increasingly horrifying puzzle. Had I imagined it all? No, that couldn't be. It was too real, too visceral. Determined to find answers, I decided to investigate the basement once more. I needed to know if the dark room and its horrifying contents were still there. The rational side of my mind screamed at me to leave it alone, but I couldn't. Not now. I descended the stairwell, my footsteps echoing ominously. The corridor seemed longer this time, each step filled with dread. As I reached the rusted door, I took a deep breath and pushed it open. The stench had dissipated. The room was empty, save for dust-covered boxes and old furniture. No symbols, no altar, no remains, nothing. It was as if the room had never harbored those horrors, erasing any evidence of the nightmare I knew I had seen. Desperation clawed at me as I stood there, the cold, mundane reality of the basement pressing in on me. My mind felt fractured, teetering on the brink of disbelief. I stumbled back to my apartment, each step heavier than the last. That night, sleep eluded me once more. My thoughts were a chaotic whirlpool. Vincent's piercing eyes, the ghastly room, the chilling whispers. I was losing my grasp on normalcy, haunted by the inescapable feeling that Vincent was still watching somewhere in the shadows. In a last-ditch effort to make sense of it all, I typed out my experience on Reddit, hoping someone might believe me, might understand what I'd been through. My fingers flew over the keyboard, the words tumbling out in a frantic stream. "Please, if you ever get a new neighbor in Unit 5B, be careful. And whatever you do, stay out of the basement." Hitting the post button, I leaned back, feeling a semblance of release. Perhaps sharing my story could help me piece together the shattered remains of my sanity. And maybe, just maybe, it would prevent someone else from experiencing the same terror. The next morning, the unease that had haunted me took on a new form, one of resolute determination. I needed answers, even if it meant confronting my deepest fears. I decided to venture back to the basement one final time. As I descended the stairs, an oppressive silence pressed in around me. Reaching the rusted door, I hesitated, memories of the horrors I'd seen making my pulse race. Steeling myself, I stepped inside. But it looked different in the harsh light of day, ordinary, benign. The symbols, the altar, the grotesque remains were gone. It was just a forgotten storage room once more. Confusion and fear twisted inside me. Had I lost my mind? Was Vincent even real? I moved further in, scanning every shadowed corner, every inch of the walls. Nothing. There was no trace of the sinister tableau I'd witnessed. The bile rose in my throat as I heard a faint whisper echoing in my mind, a reminder of the horrors that kept unfolding the deeper I went. DONOTTRUSTWHTYOUSEE. The words pulsed in my head, as if Vincent himself were speaking directly into my mind. Unease morphed into a chilling certainty. I wasn't alone. I scrambled out of the room, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I couldn't shake the feeling that some unseen force was watching, stalking me. By the time I reached my apartment, I was trembling. I couldn't live like this. I decided to pack my things. I needed to leave, escape this nightmare. But even as I packed, my mind kept drifting back to the idea of posting my experience on Reddit. Maybe there, in the vast expanse of the internet, someone would believe me, maybe even help me make sense of it all. I knew it sounded crazy, but I had to try. Sitting down at my computer, I recounted everything. The eerie encounter with Vincent, the whispers, the unsettling sights in the basement, all of it. Typing, my hands shook, but I didn't stop until the last word was written. Have you ever felt eyes on you, even when you're sure you're alone? My neighbor in Unit 5B was no ordinary tenant. Please, if you ever get a new neighbor in 5B, be careful. And whatever you do, stay out of the basement. I hit post, feeling a strange mix of relief and dread. As the screen refreshed, I saw the responses start to pour in, some sympathetic, others skeptical, and a few who had experienced similar things. Their stories echoed mine, chilling in their familiarity. My phone buzzed, startling me out of my reverie. It was a message from Sarah Livingston, a journalist who happened to see my post. She wanted to meet, claiming she had information about the building and previous tenants of Unit 5B. We agreed to meet in a nearby cafe. Sarah was punctual, blonde hair framing her inquisitive green eyes. She seemed professional yet approachable, a reassuring presence in my frazzled state. "Jordan, I'm investigating strange occurrences in this building," she said, cutting straight to the point. "You're not the first to experience this. Every tenant who lived in 5B either vanished or moved away suddenly, leaving no trace of their stay." "What do you mean?" I asked, curiosity and fear warring inside me. "Vincent isn't real, not in the way you think. He's a manifestation, perhaps the building's dark history given form. Every few months he reappears, repeating the cycle, driving people to madness." Her words hit me like a hammer. The memories of Vincent's piercing gaze, his cold touch, they weren't the delusions of a deteriorating mind. They were echoes of something much darker, something no one should have to endure. "How do we stop it?" My voice trembled, desperation seeping through. She shook her head. "I don't know if we can stop it, but we need to document it, bring it to light. If enough people know, maybe the power it holds will weaken." I returned to my apartment with a new purpose, my fear now tempered by determination. I needed to find any remaining evidence, anything to corroborate my experiences. I ventured back to the basement, Sarah by my side, armed with her camera and recorder. As we descended, I heard the whispers again, louder this time, resonating with an almost palpable malice. We reached the rusted door, and Sarah flashlight cutting through the darkness. Nothing. The room was empty, just as before. Sarah's face fell, the lack of physical proof a blow to our cause. But I knew what I'd heard, what I'd seen. I reached for my phone to record the whispers, but as I did, the lights flickered and the temperature plummeted. A chill ran down my spine as the whispers coalesced into a single, unmistakable phrase. Leavenow. Panic surged through me. We bolted, not stopping until we were back in the safety of the well-lit hallway. The feeling of eyes watching us, unseen and malevolent, never left. Sarah and I parted ways, her promising to investigate further, me feeling a strange mixture of hope and hopelessness. I packed my things more urgently now, ready to leave this nightmare behind. As I waited for the moving truck, I read through the supportive comments and the stories of others who had experienced similar horrors, reinforcing my resolve. Despite the fear, despite the doubt, sharing my story was the only way to fight back, to weaken the hold that Vincent, or whatever force he represented, had on this place. To anyone reading this, trust your instincts. If you ever move into an apartment and hear of someone new in Unit 5B, be wary, and whatever you do, stay out of the basement. As the last box was loaded, and I took one final look at the building, a movement in the corner of my eye made me freeze. Turning slowly, I saw a dark figure standing at a distant window, watching. Vincent. I shivered, the memory of his piercing eyes etched into my soul as I drove away, leaving the building and its horrors behind. But the fear never truly left me. A constant reminder that some evils are not meant to be understood, only survived.
I always thought moving to a new apartment was supposed to be exciting, but when I heard the slow, deliberate knocks at my front door at 3 a.m., I realized excitement was the last thing I felt. It started innocuously enough. In January, I found a cozy one-bedroom apartment in a quiet part of town, a perfect sanctuary to escape my hectic life as a night shift nurse. Sure, the place was bare and sterile, but it was mine. The first few weeks were uneventful. I'd come home exhausted at around 3 a.m., barely able to drag myself to bed. The apartment was dead silent, which I appreciated after the constant noise and chaos of the hospital. But then, one night in February, I was jolted awake by a sound that sent shivers down my spine. A slow, deliberate knock at the front door. 3 taps, a pause, then 3 more. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding. I thought maybe it was a neighbor in trouble, but the rhythm of the knocks felt deliberate, almost like a taunt. I tentatively made my way to the door, every creak of the floorboard amplifying my anxiety. Without a peephole to check, I stood frozen, barely breathing, my hand hovering above the doorknob. For what felt like an eternity, I waited, straining to hear any other sounds. When none came, I whispered to myself, maybe it's just a prank, and backed away. The next morning, exhausted but determined to make sense of it, I mentioned the knocking to my best friend Clara over the phone. She laughed it off, suggesting it was probably kids playing a prank or just my overactive imagination playing tricks due to fatigue. Clara's rationality usually grounded me, but I couldn't shake the gnawing feeling of unease. That night, the knocking returned. 3 slow taps, a pause, then 3 more. The same rhythm, the same taunting tone. Each knock seemed to echo within the walls of my apartment, reverberating through my bones. Again, I stood behind the door, heart thundering. I didn't sleep that night. By the 3rd night, I knew this was no hallucination. Something or someone was deliberately knocking on my door at 3 a.m. I couldn't bear the dread any longer, so I installed a peephole, hoping to catch a glimpse of my nocturnal visitor. Maybe then I'd have some answers. Maybe then I'd feel safe again. The following night, as the familiar knocks filled the silence once more, I cautiously approached the door and peeked through the peephole. What I saw made my blood run cold. There, standing in the dim hallway, was a tall figure wearing a hooded sweatshirt, obscuring his face. Motionless, he stood mere feet from my door, facing directly at it. My breath hitched, heart slamming against my ribcage. I must have made some noise because, all of a sudden, the figure tilted his head as if he'd heard something intriguing. I backed away from the door, the chilling realization sinking in. He knew I was there. He knew I was watching. The knocking stopped after what felt like an eternity, and I slumped against the wall, my mind racing. Who was he? What did he want? Why was he doing this? I'll admit, part of me hoped it was all just a bizarre coincidence. But as the days went on, little things around my apartment began to feel off. I'd come home to find objects slightly out of place, a book tilted on the shelf, a drawer partially opened. Once I caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent, something metallic and sharp, like old pennies. Paranoia tightened its grip. I felt like I was losing my mind. Desperate to prove to myself that I wasn't, I set up a cheap security camera in the living room, aimed at the front door. The feed went straight to my phone, and I checked it obsessively during my shifts, hoping for some logical explanation. For a week, nothing happened. No knocks, no strange movements, no hooded figure. My heart began to relax into a false sense of security. Maybe it was truly over. Maybe it had all been some inexplicable prank or a byproduct of my stress-ridden mind. Then, one night as I sat in the staff room scrolling through my phone during a break, I received an alert from the camera. Motion detected. My heart roared back to life. I fumbled to unlock the feed. There he was, standing right in front of my door, staring directly into the camera. This time his hood was down, but the angle and darkness concealed most of his face. His presence filled the screen, a living nightmare. Slowly, methodically, he reached up and covered the lens with something, plunging the feed into darkness. My hands shook as I dialed 911, barely able to articulate my words. When the police arrived, they found no sign of forced entry, no evidence of tampering. The officers seemed sympathetic, but suggested it might be a neighborhood kid playing a cruel joke. Their reassurances did little to ease my mind. Something deep and primal within me screamed that this was far from a prank. I searched online forums, desperate for similar stories or advice. That's when I stumbled upon a thread about copycat hauntings. People described experiences eerily similar to mine. Persistent knocks, a sense of being watched, and a figure outside their home. Nobody had a clear explanation or solution. As the days turned into weeks, the frequency of the knocks dwindled, but my fear lingered. The quiet was almost worse, filling me with a sense of foreboding. Then one night, I came home to find a message waiting for me. Written in thick red letters on my living room wall, the word HELLO stared back at me, each letter dripping with what looked like blood. I nearly vomited. This was no prank. This was real, terrifyingly real. I knew, then and there, that I couldn't stay in that apartment a second longer. The days that followed were a blur of frantic packing and sleepless nights. I called Clara, panicked and breathless, explaining what had happened. She was at my door within the hour, her face a mix of concern and confusion. "Jessica, you've been under so much stress," she began, placing a comforting hand on my shoulder. "Maybe we should talk to someone, a professional." "I don't need a shrink, Clara. I need to get out of here," I snapped, instantly regretting my tone. "I'm sorry. I can't stay here." Clara helped me find a new apartment on short notice, a small but cozy place on the other side of town. Moving day felt surreal, as if I were existing in a haze of fear and exhaustion. I half expected the hooded figure to show up and block my path, but nothing happened. The move went smoothly, almost too smoothly. For a moment, I allowed myself to believe the nightmare was behind me. 1 week after settling in, I felt a semblance of normalcy returning. I dared to hope that whatever had haunted me in the old apartment was gone for good. Maybe it was tied to that place, a curse on the building or something. Maybe I was finally free. But deep down, doubt gnawed at me. Then one night, as I returned home from another night shift, I froze on my doorstep. There, lying on the mat, was a single black rose. My hands trembled as I picked it up, a cold dread sweeping over me. I unlocked the door with shaking fingers, cautiously entering, my senses on high alert. I searched the apartment from top to bottom, but everything seemed untouched, just as I had left it. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe someone had dropped it there by mistake, but I couldn't dismiss the fear gnawing at my insides. The rational part of me clung desperately to the idea that this was all some elaborate prank. I decided to call Detective Harris. I hadn't told him about the move, but given the circumstances, I felt it was necessary. Detective Ryan Harris was a no-nonsense kind of guy, analytical and protective. When he arrived, he listened intently as I recounted everything: the knocks, the hooded figure, the message on the wall, and now the black rose. "Jessica, I believe you," he said, his green eyes studying my face, "but we need evidence." His words, though comforting, did little to quell the terror lurking in my heart. He didn't find any signs of forced entry or tampering either, but he offered to have the building under surveillance. I agreed, though I didn't hold much hope. Whoever was behind this seemed to know exactly how to avoid getting caught. Days passed without incident, but paranoia lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, even as I performed mundane tasks around my new apartment. Every creak and shadow seemed menacing. Sleep became a luxury I could no longer afford. Then, late one night at the hospital, I received another motion alert on my phone. My heart sank as I unlocked the feed, praying it was just another false alarm. But it wasn't. Once again, the hooded figure was standing right in front of my door, staring directly into the camera. This time, he reached up with a slow, deliberate motion and slipped something under my front door before disappearing into the darkness. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead as I watched his shadowy form vanish from the screen. Det Harris arrived just as dawn broke. Together, we cautiously opened the door and found a small, old-fashioned key lying on the mat. No note, no explanation, just the key. The detective examined it carefully, his brow furrowed in concentration. "This isn't just a prank," he muttered, mostly to himself. "I know," I replied, my voice barely a whisper. "But what does it mean?" "I'm not sure yet, but we'll find out." The discovery of the key did little to ease my mind. If anything, it heightened the tension, adding another layer to the disturbing mystery. Who was this hooded figure? Why was he targeting me? What did the key unlock? That night, I couldn't bring myself to sleep. I sat on the couch, staring at the door, clutching the key tightly in my hand. The hours dragged by, each tick of the clock echoing in the silence. As dawn approached, exhaustion finally overtook me, and I drifted into a restless sleep. I woke to the sound of slow, deliberate knocking. 3 taps, a pause, then 3 more. My heart raced as I stumbled to the door, still groggy. I peered through the peephole, half expecting to be greeted by those familiar hooded shadows. But this time, Clara stood there, her face pale and worried. "Jessica, are you okay?" she asked, her voice trembling. "I heard about the key. I had to come." "Clara," I started, my voice breaking. "I'm just glad you're safe," Clara said, embracing me tightly. "We'll get through this, I promise." Her words offered a flicker of hope. but I knew that as long as the hooded figure remained a mystery, true peace was impossible. Clara's visit provided the temporary comfort I desperately needed, but as she left, a creeping sense of dread returned. I couldn't shake the feeling that the key held some dark significance, something that tethered me to the hooded figure. That evening, as I sat in my living room trying to make sense of it all, the lights flickered for a moment before plunging the room into darkness. Panic surged through me as I fumbled for my phone, using its weak flashlight to navigate the blackened apartment. I stumbled into the living room, the beam of light catching the reflection of something on the wall. With a jolt, I realized it was a message, crudely written in the same thick, red substance as before. Goodbye. I backed away, tripping over the coffee table and landing hard on the floor. My breath came in panicked gasps, my mind racing. Why now? What did it mean? My phone buzzed, nearly making me drop it. It was an alert from the security camera. Clutching the phone, I desperately unlocked the screen and opened the feed. There, in the darkness, stood the hooded figure. But this time, he wasn't alone. 2 more figures flanked him, all facing my door, silent and menacing. My blood ran cold. This was more than a haunting. It was a calculated terror. The camera feed went dark again, the lens covered by one of the intruders. I was paralyzed, wide-eyed and rooted to the spot, unable to peel my eyes away from the door. Moments later, the familiar knocking began. 3 taps, a pause, then 3 more. Collecting all my courage, I crawled to the front door and carefully looked through the peephole. The same hooded figure stood closest, and as if sensing my presence, he slowly raised his hand, holding the key I'd received against the peephole. The outline of the old key was unmistakable. I couldn't take it anymore. I called Detective Harris, my voice a barely controlled whisper, begging him to come quickly. I huddled in the corner of the living room, waiting in the oppressive silence. It felt like hours before there was a knock at the door. This time, it was the rapid, confident knock of the police. I sprang to my feet and opened the door to find Detective Harris and 2 uniformed officers. I explained what had happened, my voice trembling with fear and urgency. The officers swept through the apartment and the building. They found no trace of the intruders or the messages. It was like they'd vanished into thin air. "I can't do this anymore," I said, my voice breaking. "They're toying with me." Detective Harris's eyes met mine, a newfound resolve in his gaze. "We'll get to the bottom of this, Jessica. But for now, I suggest staying somewhere else, someplace safe." I nodded, barely hearing him over the pulse of fear thrumming in my ears. I packed a bag, deciding to stay with Clara for a few days. It felt like the only place I could find some semblance of security. The next morning, as Clara brewed coffee, I heard her front door open and close softly. My stomach turned to ice. Clara and I exchanged a panicked look, realizing neither of us had moved. The hooded figure had followed me. Of course he had. We tiptoed to the living room, and there on the coffee table lay another black rose, next to a small, old-fashioned lock. I grabbed Clara's hand in terror, the key in my pocket growing unbearably heavy. I think it's for you to use the key," Clara whispered. I knew she was right. With trembling hands, I pulled the key out of my pocket and approached the lock. As I inserted the key and turned it, the lock clicked open and fell apart, revealing a folded piece of paper inside. My hands shook as I unfolded it, revealing a single sentence written in the same chilling red letters, IWILLFINDYOU. A scream lodged in my throat as the room spun. Clara held me tightly, whispering reassurances I could barely hear over the pounding of my heart. We called Detective Harris immediately. He arrived swiftly, taking the note and the lock as evidence, but his furrowed brow showed the same confusion and fear I felt. Days passed in a haze of sleepless nights and anxious days. Clara and I developed a system of checks and balances, never leaving each other alone, always checking the locks twice. Then, just as I began to think the nightmare was over, Clara's doorbell rang late one night. My heart sank as I went to check who it was, Clara following close behind. The door barely creaked open before we heard the slow, deliberate knocking. 3 taps, a pause, then 3 more. I mustered the courage to open it fully, my breath hitching. There on the doorstep lay a red box tied with a black ribbon. With shaking hands, I undid the bow, lifting the lid to reveal an old-fashioned pocket watch, its glass case cracked. Clara and I stared at it, the tick-tock resonating in the dead silence. Then came the message, scratched inside the lid in small, deliberate letters, SOON. The tension in the air was suffocating, the finality of the message unmistakable. I knew then, in my bones, that the hooded figure was not done with me. The terror had followed me, burrowed into the folds of my life, and while I may never know his true purpose or identity, one thing was certain: he would always find me.
The Forgotten Pact, S.A.M. The whisper, barely louder than a breath, slithered through the quiet of my apartment. I froze, my fingers tightening around the edge of the kitchen counter. I glanced around, searching for the source, but found nothing. The dim glow from the living room's lamp gave the illusion of safety, yet every shadow seemed to pulse with unseen life. S.M. I took a step back, my heart pounding against my ribcage like a sledgehammer. Lights flickered above, casting erratic, jittering silhouettes against the walls. This wasn't the first time the lights had acted up. It had been happening for weeks, small disturbances that felt too purposeful to be mere electrical issues. As if on cue, the temperature dropped. A chill crept through the air, sinking its icy claws into my skin. Goosebumps rose on my arms, and my breath formed faint clouds in front of me. It was the dead of summer, yet my apartment felt like a frozen tomb. Trembling, I grabbed my phone and dialed Emily. She picked up on the third ring, her voice shaky. "Sam? What's wrong?" "Em, it's happening again," I whispered. "The lights, the whispers, I can't explain it." "I know," she replied, her voice barely a whisper. "It's happening here too. Johnny keeps talking to someone named Sarah. He says she's his friend." A shiver of recognition ran down my spine. "Sarah? You mean—" "Yes," Emily cut in, her voice urgent. "I think it's time for us to talk. All of us." The next day, we met at a small, dimly lit cafe downtown. The cozy atmosphere did little to ease the tension knotting in my stomach. Emily looked pale and exhausted, her eyes darting around as if expecting danger at any moment. Tom arrived next, his broad frame occupying the booth with an air of protectiveness. Sarah was last, her ethereal presence filling the room with an almost palpable sense of dread. We sat in silence for a moment, each lost in our thoughts, before I finally broke the tension. "So it's not just me," I said, glancing around the table. "You're all experiencing it too." Emily nodded, her fingers trembling as she stirred her coffee. "Yes, Johnny's been talking to that friend for weeks, and the other night my lights went out and I heard footsteps in the hallway. There was no one there." Tom clenched his jaw. "Kathy saw a dark figure in our house last week. She thought it was a burglar, but when I checked, there was no one there. Just the shadow, lingering." Sarah remained silent, her haunted eyes staring into her untouched drink. After a moment, she spoke, her voice barely audible. "I feel watched. Everywhere I go, it's like there's a presence, just out of sight." A heavy silence hung over our group. The air seemed to grow denser, heavier, with each shared word. I took a deep breath, steadying myself. "Remember that Ouija board session in high school? I think it's connected." Emily's eyes widened. "You mean the pact we made?" Tom scowled. "That was just a joke. We were kids, messing around." "Were we?" Sarah whispered, her gaze piercing. "Or did we open a door we didn't know how to close?" The decision to revisit the old house where it all began weighed heavily on us. The abandoned building stood like a tombstone of our youth, covered in ivy and decay. The walls seemed to seep an oppressive sadness, a tangible echo of the past. As we approached the entrance, a bone-chilling cold enveloped us. Tom pushed the door open with a creak that echoed through the empty halls. Dust motes danced in the weak sunlight filtering through broken windows. The house had not fared well over the years. It appeared as haunted as we felt. We made our way to the dilapidated living room, the very spot where we had once sat in a circle, fingers lightly touching the planchette of the Ouija board. The memories flooded back, laughter, feigned spookiness, the innocent thrill of the unknown. None of us had imagined the consequences. Emily set the Ouija board on the floor, and we reluctantly formed a circle around it. I could tell we were all thinking the same thing. What had we unleashed that night? "Ready?" Sarah whispered, her voice shaking. We nodded, placing our trembling hands on the planchette. The air grew colder, the whispers fainter yet undeniable, weaving through the silence like a chilling thread. "Spirits, are you here with us?" I asked, my voice cracking. For a moment nothing happened. We exchanged nervous glances, our breath visible in the frigid air. Then slowly, the planchette began to move, spelling out a single word, E-Z-R-A. Fear twisted in my gut. Ezra, a name from the past, now a looming shadow over our present. "What do you want?" Emily asked, her voice barely a whisper. Again, the planchette moved with deliberate slowness, each letter sending a spike of dread through us. B-L-O-O-D. Panic rippled through our circle. We pulled our hands back, breaking the connection, but the air remained thick with Ezra's presence. The room seemed to darken, shadows clawing at the edges of our vision. "We need to end this," Tom said, his voice firm but edged with fear. "Whatever it takes." Sarah looked at me, her eyes filled with a haunting understanding. "We awakened something, Sam, and now we have to face the consequences." I nodded, my mind racing for a way out. "Let's figure out what Ezra wants, why he's here. Maybe there's a way to fix this." As we left the house, a heavy weight settled over us. The Ouija board, the pact, the spirit we'd contacted. All of it was more than a game. The past had clawed its way back, demanding we pay the price for our naive curiosity. And deep down, I knew the worst was yet to come. The forgotten pact continued. Determined to find answers, we decided to reconvene at Sarah's place the following evening. Her house, with its warm lighting and spiritual decorations, offered a fragile sense of safety. Yet, as we gathered in her living room, the air grew thick with anticipation and fear. Sarah lit sage, the pungent smoke curling around us as if forming a protective barrier. She motioned for us to sit down and placed the Ouija board on the coffee table. We each took a seat, the familiar sense of dread gnawing at our insides. "We need to know what Ezra wants beyond just blood," Sarah said, her voice steady but low. "Maybe there's a way to reason with him, to understand his connection to us." Reluctantly, we placed our hands on the planchette once more. "Ezra," I called out, my throat dry. "Why are you here? What do you want from us?" The planchette moved instantly, as if Ezra had been waiting for the question. It spelled out H-E-L-P-M-E. Tom frowned. "Help you how? What do you need?" Again, the planchette skittered across the board. F-R-E-E-D-O-M. A chill ran down my spine. "He's trapped," I whispered. "Bound to the board by something, or by someone." Sarah's eyes darkened with realization. "The night we used the board, did we bind him here? Is he connected to us because of the pact?" The planchette moved once more, this time faster, more urgent. S-A-C-R-I-F-E-C-E. Emily gasped, pulling her hands away from the board. No, we can't. There has to be another way." The room grew colder. Shadows seemed to stretch and pulse around us, the oppressive presence of Ezra closing in. The planchette moved again. L-O-D. Panic surged through me. "We have to find out more. Why is he bound? What can we do to release him without a sacrifice?" Sarah nodded. "We need to research. Old records, paranormal experts, anything that can provide answers." Over the next few days, we dove into research, contacting anyone who might have insights into Ezra's past. We discovered an old newspaper archive detailing the gruesome death of a man named Ezra Myers over a century ago in the very town we grew up in. The article mentioned his interest in the occult and hinted at a ritual gone wrong. Armed with this new information, we met again at the abandoned house, hoping to piece together the mystery. The place felt even more oppressive than before, the shadows darker, the air colder. We set up the Ouija board, the weight of our apprehension almost tangible. "Ezra," I began, "we know about your past, your death. Were you trying to perform a ritual before you died?" The planchette moved immediately. Y-E-S. Sam swallowed hard. "Did it involve the Ouija board? Is that why you're bound to it?" A pause. Then Y-E-S. Sarah leaned in, her voice thick with emotion. "If we help you complete the ritual, will you leave us alone? Will that free you?" The planchette didn't hesitate. Y-E-S. Tom clenched his fists, trying to maintain control. "What do we have to do to complete it?" The planchette started spelling again, but before it could finish, the temperature plummeted. Frost formed on the windows, and our breath fogged the air. An overwhelming force seemed to press down on us, as if the house itself were alive with Ezra's presence. The lights flickered and the shadows seemed to move of their own accord. The planchette continued slowly, each letter dragging out SACRIFICEBLOOD. Emily screamed, backing away, her eyes wide with terror. No, we can't do this. We have to. A sudden force knocked her to the floor, and she cried out in pain. Tom rushed to her side, his face pale. I stood, my heart pounding. We don't have a choice. If we don't, Ezra's going to keep tormenting us, or worse, he'll... The words hung in the air, unspoken but understood. We had to find another way, but time was running out. Our bond to Ezra grew stronger, and his demands more insistent. The house around us seemed to breathe, its shadows clawing ever closer. We need to figure out the ritual, Sarah said, her voice resolute. There has to be more to it than just blood. Maybe there's something we're missing. Taking a deep breath, I nodded. Let's go through everything again. We'll find a way to do this. Together. The oppressive presence of Ezra seemed to momentarily soften, as if acknowledging our determination. But even as we prepared to delve deeper into the mystery, an ominous thought lingered at the back of my mind. What if the true price was more than we could bear? The end of Part 2, The Forgotten Pact, continued. The night was heavy with tension as we gathered once more in the old house, each of us armed with grim determination, hoping to end our torment. Sarah was pale but resolute, a silent strength in her eyes. Tom had a protective, almost desperate edge to his actions, while Emily's fear had sharpened into a fierce resolve. We've pieced together enough of the ritual, Sarah said, laying out candles in a circle around the Ouija board. There's something about using a personal item, something that ties us to him. I nodded, producing a small amulet I'd kept since high school, a keepsake from that fateful night. Each of us contributed an item, a tangible link to our past selves and the pact we had forged. As we began the ritual, the room's temperature plummeted once again. The oppressive presence of Ezra pressed in on us, shadows lengthening and whispering on the edge of our senses. Ezra, Sarah called out, her voice steady. We offer these items as a bridge between our worlds. We seek to complete what was started over a century ago. The candles flickered, their flames stretching unnaturally high. The planchette began to move, spelling out SACRIFICE. Sarah stood, placing her hand over her heart. If it's blood you need, take mine. Sarah, no, I shouted, reaching for her, but an unseen force pushed me back. Sarah took a step forward, her eyes filled with unwavering resolve. He wants a sacrifice. If it means freeing you all, then so be it. The tension in the air thickened, Sarah's figure illuminated by the flickering candlelight. Ezra's presence surged, and suddenly, her body went rigid. Blood trickled from her nose, and she collapsed in front of our horrified eyes. Sarah! Tom yelled, rushing to her side. He cradled her limp form, tears streaming down his face. You can't do this! We need you! Emily sobbed, the terror and sorrow overwhelming her. The ghostly whispers grew louder, and the shadows inched closer, almost as if reaching out to claim her. With trembling hands, I placed Sarah's keepsake on the board, the final piece of the ritual. The planchette moved once more, slower this time, almost reluctant. FREEDOM. As the final letter spelled out, the oppressive weight in the room suddenly lifted. The shadows receded, and the cold dissipated. Sarah's breathing steadied, though she remained unconscious in Tom's arms. A sense of peace washed over us, fleeting but palpable. We had done it. We had freed Ezra. But the triumph was short-lived. As we began to gather our things, a new form of dread settled over me. The whispers had stopped, but in their place, a gnawing silence filled the air. We had freed Ezra from the board, but in doing so, had we bound him to ourselves more tightly than ever before? In the following days, the hauntings did not cease. Shadows continued to creep through our homes, whispers persisted, growing louder and more insistent. Sarah, though recovering physically, seemed forever marked by the experience, haunted by visions and spectral voices. Realization dawned upon me like a slow, creeping chill. Ezra was no longer bound to the Ouija board. He was bound to us, linked by our sacrifice and the ritual we had performed. Our attempt to free him had only traded one prison for another. I sit here now, penning this account as a desperate warning. My friends and I are marked, haunted vessels for a rageful spirit. The whispers, the shadows, the torments, they follow us, an inescapable presence woven into our lives. If you ever come across a Ouija board, heed my warning. Some pacts should never be made, and some doors should never be opened. For once a spirit is bound to you, there is no escaping the darkness it brings. As the shadows lengthen around me and the whispers grow louder, I can only hope this message reaches you in time. Beware the spirits you summon, for they may never let you go.
When Emily moved into her new apartment to escape the ghosts of her past, she never imagined she'd be trading them for real specters that whispered her name in the dead of night. I tumbled into my new apartment, arms full of boxes, a combination of weariness and tentative hope swirling in my chest. After the chaos of a painful breakup, I needed a sanctuary, a place to heal and start anew. This one bedroom in an old, charming building seemed perfect. The quiet, tree-lined street below promised tranquility, a stark contrast to the emotional turmoil I'd left behind. The first few nights were uneventful. I busied myself with unpacking and tried to settle into a routine of normalcy. The creaks and groans of the building were easily attributed to its age, and I found a sort of comfort in the solid presence of the old walls and hardwood floors. It felt grounding. On the fourth night, as I was finishing up a late email for work, I heard it for the first time. A faint, incomprehensible whisper just on the edge of hearing. I paused, straining to catch a word or phrase, but it stopped. Just the pipes or the wind, I told myself, shaking it off. Deciding to unwind, I ran a hot bath. As the water filled the tub, the familiar hum of the running faucet drowned out my lingering anxiety. The warmth was a balm to my frayed nerves, and I closed my eyes, letting the tension melt away. My eyelids were growing heavy when I heard it again. The whispering, clearer this time, just outside the bathroom door. Heart pounding, I jumped out of the tub, grabbing a towel and wrapping it around me. I flung open the door. The hallway was empty. I stood there, shivering and dripping, every hair on my body standing on end. The whispering had stopped, replaced by an oppressive silence that seemed to press against my ears. Get a grip, it's just an old building. I muttered to myself, my voice sounding pathetically small in the quiet space. I decided to call it a night, telling myself I was just tired and stressed. But as I lay in bed, my thoughts refused to settle. Every creak of the floorboards and murmur of the wind felt magnified. Sleep came only in fitful, uneasy snatches. The next morning, bags under my eyes, I decided to ask my neighbor, Mrs. Haversham, about the building's history. She was an elderly lady who had lived there for decades. After a polite exchange, I broached the subject of unusual noises. They're just old building sounds, she said, but there was a flicker of something, fear, in her cloudy blue eyes. You'll get used to it. She quickly changed the subject, leaving me more unsettled than reassured. That evening, as I was about to take a shower, the whispering returned. This time, it was unmistakable. Soft, hushed tones that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Fear gnawed at my sanity, but I forced myself to continue with my routine, albeit with shaky hands. Determined to prove to myself that I wasn't losing it, I set up my laptop to record audio while I slept. The familiar chime of the recording starting was oddly reassuring. I settled into bed, feeling a mix of trepidation and exhaustion. The next morning, I hesitated before playing the recording. Did I really want to know? With a deep breath, I hit play. At first, there was nothing but the rustle of my sheets and the occasional toss and turn. Then, around 2:37 a.m., it started. The whispering, faint but unmistakable, and then chillingly clear. E-M-I-L-Y. My blood ran cold. The voice was unmistakably calling my name. Panic surged through me as I grabbed my phone and called my best friend, Janet. She listened patiently, though I could sense her skepticism through the phone. Maybe it's just stress, Em. You've been through a lot, she said, trying to comfort me. But why would I hear my own name? I countered, my voice trembling. She suggested I visit her to get out of the apartment for a bit, but I felt a strange compulsion to stay, to understand what was happening. We agreed to meet for coffee the next day, and I spent the day in a daze, the recorded whisper looping in my mind. That night, despite my growing fear, I was determined to face whatever it was. I set up the recording again and lay in bed, heart pounding in my chest. It was around 3 a.m. when I heard it again. This time it was louder, as if someone was right next to my ear. E-M-I-L-Y. I shot out of bed, grabbed my phone, and stood in the middle of the room, shaking. The whispering stopped, replaced by an eerie silence. I could feel my heart thudding in my chest as I frantically scanned the room with my flashlight, but there was nothing. Just my empty apartment. The next morning, I felt more like a zombie than a person. Dark circles had etched themselves under my eyes, and my mind was racing with possibilities, none of them comforting. I had to know what was happening, so I decided to confront Mrs. Haversham again, more directly this time. I knocked on her door, and it took longer than before for her to answer. She seemed even more fragile and wary than the last time we spoke. "Mrs. Haversham," I began, my voice quivering slightly. "I have to know about the previous tenant. Did something happen here? I keep hearing things, whispers, calling my name." Her face paled, and she nervously twisted a handkerchief in her frail hands. "I don't know if I should be telling you this," she started, her voice barely above a whisper. "Please," I urged, desperation bleeding into my tone. "I need to know." She sighed deeply, her shoulders slumping. "The young woman who lived here before you, she was found dead in the apartment. They never figured out how she died. There were no signs of a struggle. It was like she just stopped living." A chill ran down my spine. "Did she ever complain about hearing things?" Mrs. Haversham nodded slowly. "She mentioned whispers, just like you." I thanked her and stumbled back to my apartment, my mind whirling with fear and confusion. I immediately called Janet and arranged to meet her at a nearby cafe. Janet greeted me with a sympathetic hug, but I could see the worry etched in her features. "You look like hell, Em." I showed her the recording, and her face went pale. "Wow, that's eerie," she admitted. "But maybe it's some kind of interference? Old buildings have weird acoustics." Despite her attempts to rationalize it, I could tell she was disturbed. We discussed the situation over coffee, and she urged me to consider staying with her until I figured things out. That night, armed with Janet's supportive words but still haunted by fear, I set up my laptop to record again. This time, I was more proactive. I placed salt in every corner of the room, an old trick I'd read about that supposedly warded off spirits. It felt silly, but I was desperate. I lay in bed, eyes wide open, heart pounding. The whispering began around the same time, creeping into my ears like icy water. E-L-L-Y. I felt a cold breeze brush past my neck, and the hairs on my arm stood on end. I forced myself to remain still, gripping the edge of my blanket like a lifeline. E-M-L-Y. My breaths came in short, panicked bursts. An oppressive weight pressed against my chest, making it hard to breathe. I couldn't move. It felt like invisible hands were wrapped around my throat, squeezing tighter by the second. In a burst of sheer terror and adrenaline, I broke free of the invisible grip and stumbled out of bed, gasping for air. I ran out of the apartment, not stopping until I was outside, heart hammering, tears streaming down my face. I called Janet from the sidewalk, my voice trembling. "Janet, I need to come over. I can't stay here." She didn't hesitate. "Come over, Em. We'll figure this out together." I grabbed the essentials, phone, wallet, keys, and fled to Janet's house, the building's front door slamming shut behind me. I thought I had escaped, leaving behind whatever haunted that apartment. But deep down, a part of me couldn't shake the fear that it wasn't over. That night, as I lay in Janet's guest room, I finally allowed myself to relax. Sleep came easier, but my dreams were restless. It was around 3 a.m. when I woke up, feeling like I was being watched. I held my breath, straining to listen. It was faint, just on the edge of hearing. E-M-I-L-Y. My heart dropped, and I felt the familiar cold grip of terror tightening around me. The whispers had followed me. The next day, Janet could tell something was wrong the moment I walked into the kitchen. "Em, did something happen last night?" I hesitated, then told her about the whispering. The way it had followed me here, invaded even this sanctuary. Her face went pale, and she set her coffee cup down with trembling hands. "We need to find a way to stop this," she said, determination in her eyes. "Maybe we should get help, like a priest or a medium." I agreed, though I couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. That night, Janet and I prepared the house as best as we could. She laid out candles and prayed, while I simply wished for this torment to end. Exhaustion weighed heavy on me, and despite my fears, I eventually drifted off to sleep. It was around 3 a.m. when the air turned frigid, and I felt a presence in the room. Paralysis gripped me, my body refusing to move even as terror clawed at my mind. The whispering began again, louder, more urgent. Emily. I gasped for breath, feeling an invisible force pressing down on my chest. The air grew dense and suffocating, like being buried alive. Janet burst into the room, her face a mask of fear and resolve. She clutched a crucifix in one hand and a bundle of sage in the other. "Leave her alone," she screamed, waving the sage frantically. The pressure lifted slightly, enough for me to sit up and gulp in air. The whispering stopped, replaced by an oppressive silence. Janet and I shared a look, a mixture of relief and terror. We knew this was far from over. For the next few days, we hardly slept. Janet did everything she could to protect me, laying salt lines and reciting prayers. But every night, the whispering returned, wearing us both down. One night, as we sat in the living room, Janet turned to me, her eyes red-rimmed and desperate. "We need to go back to your apartment, Em. Maybe we can find something there that will explain this, end this." Despite my fear, I knew she was right. We gathered our courage and headed back. The building loomed ominously as we approached, the windows like dark eyes watching our every move. My hands shook as I unlocked the door, but with Janet beside me, I felt a sliver of strength. Inside, the apartment felt colder, more foreboding than I remembered. We searched every corner, every hidden nook, looking for anything that might explain the malevolent presence. It was Janet who found the small, dusty box tucked away in a closet, filled with old letters and photographs. Among them was a journal, its pages yellowed with age. As we flipped through, a horrifying story emerged. The previous tenant had been haunted by the same whispers, driven mad by the relentless torment until she couldn't take it anymore. "This has to be it," Janet whispered, clutching the journal. "Maybe if we burn this, it'll end." We gathered the letters, photographs, and the journal, making a small fire in the fireplace. As the flames consumed the old papers, I felt a strange sensation, like a weight lifting, a breath of fresh air after being underwater for too long. That night, back at Janet's, I finally slept deeply, untroubled by whispers or shadows. When I woke, sunlight streamed through the windows, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I felt hope. Weeks passed without incident, and the horrors of those nights began to fade, becoming distant memories. Janet and I grew closer, bonded by the ordeal we'd faced together. But sometimes late at night, I'd find myself lying awake, straining to hear. And on those rare silent nights, when the world was dark and still, I'd catch the faintest whisper of my name. Emily. Have you ever woken up to find the world doesn't sound right? It was the silence that first grabbed my attention, a dense, suffocating quiet that swallowed my town. But what lay beyond that silent facade was far more horrifying than I ever could have imagined. For years, mornings in my quiet suburb had a sort of predictable charm. The chatter of neighbors, the laughter of children, and the distant hum of traffic provided a comforting backdrop to my mundane routine. But that day was different. I awoke with a start, an uneasy feeling gnawing at my gut. As I dragged myself out of bed and stumbled towards the kitchen, the eerie stillness began to settle over me. The usual cacophony of life was conspicuously absent. No morning news playing on the TV next door, no dogs barking, no car engines revving, just silence. I shook off the unease and brewed a pot of coffee, hoping the familiar ritual would ground me. But even the gurgling of the coffee maker seemed muted, as if dampened by an invisible force. Frowning, I peered out of the window. The world looked the same, the tidy lawns, the neat rows of houses, the parked cars, yet everything felt off. Determined to shake off my growing paranoia, I ventured outside to get the newspaper. The air was thick, almost oppressive, and I couldn't shake the sense that something was watching me. As I bent to pick up the paper, a movement caught my eye. I straightened up and saw Mrs. Henderson standing in her garden, clippers in hand, staring blankly into the distance. "Good morning, Mrs. Henderson," I called out, forcing a smile. She didn't respond, didn't even blink. It was as if she was frozen in time, eyes glazed over with an unnatural vacancy. A chill ran down my spine. I hurried back inside, slamming the door behind me. "What the hell is going on?" I muttered under my breath. Trying to calm my racing thoughts, I decided to distract myself with some housework. But the silence followed me everywhere, a constant reminder that something was terribly wrong. When I could no longer bear it, I retreated to the attic, hoping the space would offer some solace. It was there that I noticed the old mirror. Covered in a thin layer of dust, it stood propped against the far wall, an unassuming relic I had never paid much attention to before. But today, its presence seemed to demand my focus. Against my better judgment, I approached it, wiping away the dust with a trembling hand. The reflection stared back, yet there was something unsettling about it. The room behind me looked the same, but felt strangely unfamiliar. Driven by a mix of dread and curiosity, I extended my hand towards the mirror's surface. Instead of the cold, hard resistance of glass, my fingers slipped through, as if passing through water. A shiver ran through me. Gathering my courage, I stepped forward, feeling a peculiar sensation of dislocation as I crossed the threshold. I found myself in the same attic, yet everything was subtly altered. The air was colder, the light dimmer. It was like stepping into a photograph that had been drained of all warmth and vitality. Heart pounding, I made my way down the stairs, every creak echoing unnervingly. My living room was identical to the one I had just left, yet an oppressive atmosphere hung over it. The silence was even more profound, pressing against my ears like a physical weight. As I stood there, trying to make sense of it all, I noticed something from the corner of my eye, a figure sitting on my couch, flipping through a photo album. It was me. My doppelganger glanced up, a chilling smile spreading across her face. "Welcome," she whispered, her voice a distorted echo of my own. "I've been waiting." My heart raced, panic surging through me. I turned and fled, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my mind a whirl of terror and confusion. As I stumbled back into the attic, I knew I had to find a way back to my own world. This was just the beginning of my nightmare. Compelled by fear and an urgent need to escape, I raced towards the mirror, hoping it would return me to the familiar safety of my home. But as I reached out, a cold, clammy hand clasped my wrist. My reflection had come alive, stepping out of the mirror with a sinister grin. "You can't leave," she hissed, tightening her grip. "This is your home now." Summoning every ounce of strength and courage, I yanked my arm free and plunged through the mirror, expecting resistance but finding none. I tumbled onto the dusty floor of my attic, heart hammering in my chest. I was back, but the silence still lingered, heavier than before. Desperate to understand what was happening, I began to research the mirror, searching for any clues that might explain this horrific phenomenon. But the answers I found only deepened my fear. It was then that I heard the soft, measured footsteps approaching. I turned, and there she was, my doppelganger, standing at the threshold of the attic, her eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. "We're not finished yet," she whispered, her voice a haunting echo in the oppressive silence. I bolted down the stairs and out of the house, frantically searching for someone, anyone who could help me. The streets were deserted, the once familiar faces now twisted and vacant. In my panic, I collided with Elaine, who was equally disoriented and terrified. "Clara, what's happening?" she asked, gripping my arm. "I don't know," I gasped, "but we're not alone." Together, we made our way to Elaine's house, searching for answers and safety in numbers. It was then that we discovered Henry, hiding in his workshop, his eyes filled with fear and determination. "We need to figure this out," he said, his voice steady despite the terror that gripped us all. As we pieced together the horrifying truth, the reality of our situation set in. This parallel universe was not just a twisted reflection, it was a trap, and the doppelgangers were intent on replacing us all. Our only hope was to find a way back to our own world, but the path was fraught with danger and deception. The fight for our survival had just begun, and the shadows of our own fears loomed large, threatening to consume us. Elaine and I moved through the unsettling quiet of the mirrored town, a chilling sense of urgency propelling us forward. Every whispered conversation between us felt like a deafening admittance of vulnerability, but we had no choice. We needed allies, and we needed answers. We found more clues and more questions haunting the mirrored streets. Despite the familiarity of our surroundings, every shadow seemed deeper, every corner more menacing. Elaine's house, normally a beacon of warmth and hospitality, now stood as an ominous fortress we approached with trepidation. "What's the plan?" Elaine asked, her voice barely above a whisper as we stood at her doorstep. "First, we need to see if there's anything in your home that can help. Then, we need to find someone who knows more about this place," I replied, my heart pounding in my chest. We slipped inside, the silence of the mirrored house pressing down on us. Elaine, navigating her own living room, looked both familiar and strange in this dim light. We searched for anything that could serve as a weapon or provide additional information. Old books, photographs, mementos, they all felt like remnants of a life that was slipping away. Unsettling sounds echoed through the empty house as the minutes ticked by, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Just as we were about to leave, we heard a shuffling noise from upstairs. "Did you hear that?" Elaine whispered, eyes wide with fear. I nodded, muscles tensed in readiness. We crept upstairs, hoping against hope that it wasn't our doubles lurking in the shadows. My mind raced with the possibilities of what we might find, each more horrifying than the last. The noise led us to the spare bedroom, the door partially ajar. With a shared glance, both nervous and determined, Elaine and I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was dark, save for a flickering candle on the desk, an odd and misplaced touch. A figure hunched over the desk, scribbling furiously in a journal. As we approached, the figure turned and I recoiled in shock. It wasn't a doppelganger. It was Henry, disheveled, his eyes wild with a mix of fear and desperation. "Henry, what are you doing here?" Elaine asked, clearly shocked. "I've been hiding," he said, his voice hoarse, "trying to figure out how to get out of this nightmare." We filled Henry in on what we'd discovered so far, and his expression grew grimmer by the minute. He revealed that he'd uncovered some disturbing truths during his own investigations. This mirrored world was designed to trap people, to replicate and replace them one by one. "We need to stick together," Henry said firmly. "It's the only way we'll survive this." We formed a pact, united by our shared horror and determination to escape. Henry's presence seemed to stabilize our fragile sense of hope. He led us to his workshop, where he had pieced together more clues and a rough map of the places he'd explored. The workshop itself was cluttered, filled with the tools of his trade, and hastily scrawled notes that seemed both desperate and determined. We pored over the map as Henry explained his theories about the parallel world. His insights were invaluable, but they came with a chilling discovery. The doppelgangers were growing bolder, hunting us in our own homes. Our planning was interrupted by a sound from the back of the workshop. I turned to see my doppelganger standing at the threshold, a smile playing on her lips. "You can't hide forever," she taunted, her voice a sickening echo of my own. "This place is ours now." Panic surged through me, my heart pounding erratically. Elaine and Henry were already moving, grabbing makeshift weapons from the workshop benches. My doppelganger stepped forward, menacing and serene, exuding a dark confidence that rattled my very core. I picked up a hammer, its weight grounding me as adrenaline fueled my resolve. We engaged in a tense and chaotic struggle, the dim light of the workshop casting elongated shadows over the confrontation. My double seemed to anticipate my every move, mirroring my actions with an eerie precision. The fight was brutal and disorienting. Elaine's double appeared, launching herself at her original with a snarl. The room filled with the sounds of scuffling feet, grunts of effort, and the dull thud of blows. Henry fought off an assault from his double, using his strength and ingenuity to fend off the immediate threat. In the chaos, I found myself backed against the workshop wall, my doppelganger's eyes burning with a malevolent hunger. Summoning every ounce of determination, I struck out with the hammer, connecting with bone and sinew. She faltered, giving me the precious seconds I needed to regroup. "Get to the attic," I yelled, my voice hoarse from exertion. "We have to smash the mirror." We fought our way through the silent house, the relentless pursuit of our doubles driving us forward. Bloodied and exhausted, we burst into the attic, where the mirror waited, shimmering with a dark invitation. "There," Henry shouted, pointing at the mirror. "Break it." With a final surge of strength, I swung the hammer into the glass, shattering the surface into 1,000 fragments. The room erupted with a violent cacophony as the pieces fell to the floor, the connection to the parallel worlds severed. Breathing heavily, we looked around, the oppressive silence lifting slightly. We had bought ourselves some time, but the threat of the doppelganger still loomed. We needed to find a permanent way out, and every moment counted. As we stood amidst the shattered glass, our reflections gazing back at us from a multitude of fragments, I knew this battle was far from over. The shattered mirror lay in fragments around us, each piece reflecting shards of our terrified faces. The oppressive weight of imminent danger still hung heavy in the air. We had disrupted the doppelganger's plan, but the fight was not over. "We need to move," Henry urged, his eyes darting towards the attic door. "They'll keep coming." Elaine nodded, her face pale but resolute. "Where do we go? How do we stop them for good?" "We need to find the source," I said, though I wasn't entirely sure what or where that source was. But every part of me screamed that we had disturbed something deeply wrong, and it was not confined to just one mirror. As we clambered down the attic stairs, the house creaked ominously. Every shadow seemed alive, every corner a potential threat. We needed to gather our wits, devise a better plan. We reached the bottom, breathless but determined. "To the basement," Henry said suddenly. "There must be something there." The basement had always given me the creeps, but I nodded, recognizing the grim logic. In a place like this, where reflections carried malevolence, its dark, hidden depths might hold the answers. We moved cautiously, our makeshift weapons at the ready. The basement door creaked open, revealing a space that was darker and colder than I remembered. We descended, the steps groaning under our weight. At the far end of the room, another large mirror loomed, untouched by the dust and decay around it. "There," I said, pointing. "That must be the source." Elaine gasped as her reflection blossomed from the dark glass. "We have to destroy it," she said, gripping a pipe wrench she had picked up along the way. As we approached, a chorus of hissing voices erupted. The mirror fogged, and on its surface we saw our doppelgangers. They smiled wickedly, their eyes gleaming with dark intent. "You can't escape us," my double whispered, stepping forward from the glass like a demon from a nightmare. "This place is ours." The air grew thick with tension. We needed to act before they could fully manifest. Summoning my courage, I lunged at the mirror, hammer raised. My doppelganger grabbed my arm, stopping my strike mid-swing. It was like grappling with my own fears made flesh, every whisper of doubt, every regret manifesting in her strength. Elaine and Henry were similarly entangled with their own doubles, struggling and grunting with effort. "Fight it!" I yelled. "It feeds on our fear." Rallying my inner strength, I focused on my reason to fight, to reclaim my life, my sanity. I twisted free and swung the hammer with a primal scream. The mirror cracked, spiderweb fissures spreading outward from the point of impact. "No!" My double's scream echoed with 100 voices, an otherworldly chorus of anger and despair. I struck again, shattering the glass into a glittering cascade. The ghosts of our doubles flickered and wavered, their forms dissolving as the mirror cracked. Elaine and Henry, emboldened, redoubled their efforts until the mirror was nothing but shards on the basement floor. As the final piece shattered, an infernal wind howled, sweeping through the room. Our doubles screamed, their voices mingling with the wind, and then everything fell silent. I dropped the hammer, my breath ragged. The air felt lighter, the oppressive weight lifting. We had done it. We had broken the connection to the mirror world. At least, that's what I hoped. Henry slumped against the wall, his face etched with exhaustion but eyes gleaming with relief. Elaine sat on the floor amongst the broken glass, tears of fear and triumph tracing lines down her cheeks. "Is it over?" she whispered. "I think so," I replied, though a nagging doubt lingered. We helped each other up and carefully navigated out of the basement. The house seemed lighter, almost welcoming, but we knew better than to trust appearances. Once back in the living room, we sank onto the couch, drained but alive. We shared a moment of silence, reflecting on the nightmare we had survived. As hours passed, the terror began to feel like a distant, terrible memory, a bad dream from which we had finally awakened. But a haunting revelation awaited us. As twilight fell and the house's shadows deepened, I caught a familiar movement out of the corner of my eye. I turned to the cracked hallway mirror, the only one we hadn't destroyed. There, standing just behind me in the reflection, was my double, her eyes glinting with malevolent amusement. a chilling reminder that the mirror world's threat might still linger. A shiver ran down my spine as I faced her, our eyes locking in a silent, sinister understanding. This fight was not over, and the reality we had fought to reclaim was still precarious, teetering on the edge of an ever-present nightmare.
The dim glow of fluorescent lights overhead cast long shadows down the empty aisles of Walmart, transforming the familiar into the uncanny. It was here, among the silent shelves and deserted checkout lines, that I sought an adventure, a story that would break the monotony of routine. Little did I know, the corridors between household goods and discounted electronics would soon echo with the whispers of my deepest fears. I had always been the thrill-seeker among my friends, the one who dared to push the boundaries just to feel something, anything, that broke the spell of everyday existence. That night, in a bid for a laugh and a tale worth telling, I decided to hide in Walmart after hours. The plan was simple: stay hidden until the store closed, then roam the empty halls until morning. A harmless escapade, I thought, or so it seemed. Finding a hiding spot proved easier than I expected. The family restroom at the back of the store offered the perfect sanctuary, with its spacious single stall and lockable door. As the minutes ticked by and the final announcements called for shoppers to make their last purchases, I settled in, my heart racing with a cocktail of excitement and anxiety. Once the lights flicked off and the tumult of shoppers faded into silence, I waited for the store to become my playground. It wasn't long before the thrill of the dare morphed into a simmering unease. The silence was oppressive, a stark contrast to the bustling activity that filled the daytime. I stepped out of my hiding place, the soft squeak of my sneakers on the polished floor sounding like gunshots in the pervasive quiet. The store, a place I had visited countless times in daylight, felt alien under the glow of emergency exit signs. Compelled by a mix of curiosity and an eagerness to dispel the growing trepidation, I began to explore. The initial amusement at having the store to myself quickly waned as small, inexplicable occurrences started to prickle at my nerves. A can rolled off a shelf in the distance, the soft clatter echoing through the aisles. Rationalizing it as a result of my movements vibrating the floor, I pressed on, yet the seed of fear had been planted. As I rounded a corner into the next aisle, the sound of something heavy dropping in a far-off section made me freeze mid-step. My heart, thrashing wildly against my ribs, seemed to be the only sound beside the distant thump. It was then, in the oppressive silence that followed, that I felt it, the undeniable sensation of not being alone. My adventurous spirit, now curdled into a knot of dread, urged me to uncover the source of the noise, to prove to myself that I was indeed the sole human presence in the vast, shadowed expanse of Walmart after hours. The supermarket section, with its aisles shrouded in darkness, loomed ahead. Each step felt heavier as I approached, the invisible eyes of unseen watchers prickling the back of my neck. My journey for thrill had led me here, to the edge of an abyss I had not anticipated, staring into the depths of a night that promised to reveal horrors hidden beneath the mundane surface of a Walmart after hours. As I ventured deeper into the heart of the store, the uncanny feeling of being watched grew stronger. My footsteps, cautious and measured, were the only sound in the cavernous space, until a sudden motion caught my eye. There, at the end of an aisle lined with seasonal decorations, a figure moved, a brief glimpse of a person. My breath hitched in my throat. The thrill of adventure was long gone, replaced by a visceral fear of the unknown. This was no friend playing a prank or a late worker unaware of my presence. This stranger, with their unpredictable movements and shadowy form, exuded an aura of danger. I quickly ducked behind a nearby clothing rack, my heart pounding in my chest. Peering through the gaps in the hanging clothes, I tried to catch another glimpse of the figure, to discern any intentions from their movements. Yet the figure had vanished as silently as they had appeared, leaving me to question whether my mind was playing tricks on me in the eerie half-light of the store. The stillness that followed was unbearable. Every creak and whisper of air seemed to announce the approach of the stranger, driving my imagination into overdrive. I decided I could not stay hidden and vulnerable. I had to move, to find a better hiding spot where I could observe without being seen. Creeping through the aisles, I made my way toward the grocery section, reasoning it would offer more cover among the racks and shelves. The pervasive silence was shattered when a display of cereal boxes suddenly toppled over behind me, sending a cascade of colorful cardboard onto the linoleum floor. The sound seemed to fill the entire store, and I broke into a run, desperate to distance myself from the source of the noise, and more importantly, from whoever or whatever had caused it. My flight took me through the dimly lit grocery aisles, where I frantically searched for a place to hide. The coolers emitted a low hum, the only sign of life in this deserted place. I finally spotted an open door leading to a storage area behind the bakery section. Darting inside, I hid behind crates of unstocked goods, my breath shallow and rapid. From my vantage point, I could hear the faint echo of footsteps growing closer, then receding, as if the stranger was searching, hunting. With each passing moment, the line between hunter and hunted blurred. My initial excitement had spiraled into a waking nightmare, where shadows took sinister shapes, and silence was a herald of fear. The game of cat and mouse through the darkened store had turned into a struggle for survival, pushing me to the edge of panic with the realization that the thrill I had sought was nothing more than a door open to terror. Gathering every ounce of courage left in me, I waited for the silence to return, a signal that the stranger was moving away from my temporary refuge. My mind raced for a plan, a way to turn the tables in this high-stakes game of hide-and-seek. The electronics section, with its array of gadgets and gizmos, offered a potential solution. If I could reach it, I might find something to use in my defense, or, at the very least, create a distraction. With a deep breath to steady my nerves, I moved from my hiding place, sticking to the shadows. The store, a labyrinth in the dark, seemed to twist and turn against me as I made my way to the electronics section. Each step was a calculated risk, but desperation lent me speed and silence. Upon reaching my destination, I scanned the area for anything that might help. My eyes settled on a display of portable speakers, a perfect tool to create a diversion. With trembling hands, I connected a speaker to my phone and selected the loudest, most jarring sound I could find. I set the volume to its maximum before hurling the speaker down an adjacent aisle, the sudden, ear-splitting noise shattering the silence like a gunshot. The diversion worked. As the sound echoed through the store, I caught a glimpse of the stranger turning towards the noise, giving me the chance I needed. Seizing the moment, I darted around the aisles, my only focus the storage room where I had seen cleaning supplies, and crucially, a phone charger earlier in my exploration. Once inside, I barricaded the door with a heavy shelving unit and fell back against it, panting, my heart feeling like it would burst from my chest. In the relative safety of my makeshift fortress, I allowed myself a moment to think. My phone, previously dead, now slowly came back to life as it charged, offering a glimmer of hope. I realized with dawning horror that the store's silence had returned, more oppressive than ever, as if the building itself was holding its breath. Yet there was no sign of pursuit, no sound of the stranger trying to break through my barricade. It was unnervingly quiet. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the grimy windows, I knew it was time to try and make my escape. I removed the shelving slowly, muscles tensed for a confrontation that never came. The store, bathed in the soft light of morning, was peaceful, as if the night's terrors had been nothing more than shadows cast by my imagination. I stepped out of the store into the cool morning air, the mundane sounds of the waking city washing over me. Looking back at the Walmart, with its lights now steadily brightening, I felt a shiver run down my spine. Had it all been real? The danger, the stranger, the chase. The aftermath was eerily anticlimactic. No police swarmed the store, no news reports of a dangerous fugitive hiding in a local Walmart. The security footage, reviewed out of a mix of curiosity and an unshakable need for validation, showed only me, running, hiding, and throwing speakers for reasons that were absent from the grainy nighttime videos. As I walked away, the early morning sun warming my chilled skin, I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had shifted inside me. The thrill-seeker who had entered the store looking for adventure was gone, replaced by someone older, wiser, and infinitely more cautious. The true horror of that night wasn't the possibility of physical danger. It was the realization that the scariest monsters are the ones we might bring with us, hidden deep within our minds, waiting for the perfect moment to emerge. I've worked countless night shifts, seen everything from petty thieves to raccoons on the cameras. But what stood in that abandoned basement was neither man nor animal, and it saw me. My name's John Miller, and I've been working the night shift at Sentinel Surveillance for about 3 years now. Most nights are peaceful, almost mundane. I sit in a dimly lit control room, sipping bad coffee and staring at a bank of flickering monitors. The feeds come from various office buildings we're contracted to watch over. It's usually quiet, except for the occasional break-in or a stray animal triggering the motion sensors. Last Tuesday, things took a turn for the bizarre. The rain was hammering against the small window of my control room. It was around midnight when one of the cameras inside an old, abandoned office building on the outskirts started flickering. The equipment there was ancient, so I wasn't surprised. Still, protocol required me to investigate. I switched to the affected feed. It showed the basement, a dark, dusty room crammed with old furniture and stacks of boxes. The flickering continued for a few moments before settling. Just as I was about to switch back to my regular sweep, I saw it. A figure, faint but distinct, standing in the far corner of the basement. My heart skipped a beat. Leaning closer to the screen, I squinted, trying to make out any details. The figure was almost blending into the shadows, but it was undoubtedly there. Watching. I thought it could be a trick of the light, maybe a dummy someone had left behind. I decided to record the footage and make a note for the morning shift to check it out. "Hey Mike, come check this out." I called over to my colleague Mike Harris, who was casually scrolling through his phone. Mike sauntered over, squinting at the screen before bursting into laughter. "It's probably just a glitch, man. These old cameras are crap." But something in my gut told me it wasn't just a glitch. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, even though I was miles away in a different building. I made a mental note to keep an eye on that camera throughout the night. The next night, the rain was still relentless. The same camera began flickering again, this time around 2 a.m. My heart sank as I switched to the feed, and sure enough, the figure was still there, but this time it was closer to the camera, still shrouded in darkness, yet unmistakably nearer. The shape was humanoid but grotesquely distorted. My blood ran cold. "Mike, I swear it's moving," I whispered as Mike peered over my shoulder once more. "Dude, it's just your mind playing tricks on you. Maybe you should get some sleep," Mike said, clearly more amused than concerned. But this was different. I couldn't ignore it. The figure seemed to shift slightly, but the grainy feed made it hard to be sure. I decided to record this new footage and flagged it as urgent for the morning shift. My supervisor was going to love this, I thought sarcastically. As the hours dragged on, I couldn't focus on anything but that basement. Each time I checked, the figure seemed to be in the same spot, unmoving. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them comforting. When the end of my shift finally came, I gathered my things and headed home, but the image of that figure lingered in my mind. That eerie, shadowy presence felt like it was burned into my eyes, leaving me uneasy even as I tried to sleep. But sleep didn't come easily. I kept checking my phone, looking at the timestamps of the footage I'd recorded, hoping for some rational explanation that never came. On Wednesday night, the rain hadn't let up. By now, it felt like the universe was setting up the perfect atmosphere for a horror movie. Around 2 a.m., I took another look at the feed from the basement camera. The figure was present, as expected, but this time, something new happened. I heard a whisper. It was faint, barely audible, but unmistakable. A whisper. I leaned close to the monitor, holding my breath. The whisper repeated, slightly louder, and I could make out the words. Y-O-U-S-H-O-U-L-D-N-O-T-B-E-E-H-E-R-E. I jerked back in my chair, my heart pounding in my chest. What the hell was that? I double-checked the audio levels, thinking it might be some interference. But the whisper was real, and it was directed at me. I quickly recorded the audio, my hands trembling. When Mike came over, he still managed to treat it like a joke, but I could see a flicker of unease in his eyes, too. "You're getting too into this, man. It's probably a prank someone's pulling," Mike said, but his voice lacked its usual confidence. That night, as I walked to my car, I felt eyes on me. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see the figure from the basement. But there was nothing, just the haunting echo of that whisper lingering in my mind. Saturday. The rain was a constant companion by now, almost comforting in its persistence. Just after 3 a.m., the worst happened. All cameras in the building went black at once. I felt a cold sweat break out on my skin. This was it. I had to know what was going on. I tried resetting the feeds, checked all the cables. Everything was in order, but the screens remained dark. I could no longer sit there and wait. I had to see it with my own eyes. "Sarah, I'm heading to the site. I can't take this anymore," I told my colleague Sarah Johnson, who had been shooting me worried glances all night. "John, are you sure that's a good idea? Maybe we should wait until morning," Sarah said, concern etched on her face. But I was resolute. "No, I have to know. I'll be careful." The drive to the old office building seemed longer than usual. The rain pounded on my car, making visibility poor. When I finally reached the site, it looked even more menacing in person, shrouded in night and rain. Taking a deep breath, I grabbed my flashlight and stepped into the darkness. Inside, the air was heavy and damp. The silence was almost suffocating, broken only by the occasional drip of water from the ceiling. I made my way to the basement, every step echoing loudly. As I descended, I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. At the bottom of the stairs, I hesitated. A part of me screamed to turn back, but I pushed on. The room was pitch black, my flashlight barely cutting through the gloom. Shadows loomed everywhere, but in the corner where the figure had stood, there was nothing, just an old, dust-covered chair. I took a tentative step forward, scanning the room. That's when I heard it. The whisper, now clearer and closer. "L-E-A-D-E." My heart pounded in my ears. I turned to leave, but something stopped me. The chair moved. Not much, just a slight scrape against the floor, but it was enough. Panic surged through me, and I bolted, nearly tripping up the stairs in my haste. I didn't stop running until I was back in my car. My hands shook as I fumbled with the keys, finally managing to start the engine and speed away. Back in my car, I sped down the rain-soaked streets, my mind racing as fast as the engine. The fear gnawed at me, making it hard to focus. I grabbed my phone and dialed Mike, my fingers trembling. "Mike, I'm getting out of there. Something is really wrong," I shouted over the noise of the rain. "Calm down, man. What happened?" Mike's voice was tinged with concern, finally taking me seriously. I couldn't find the words to explain the dread that had taken hold of me in that basement. The whispers, the moving chair, it was all too much. "Just listen to me. Don't go back there. It's not safe." All right. We'll figure it out. Just get home safe," Mike replied, sounding more awake and alert than I'd ever heard him during a night shift. When I finally reached my apartment, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. But as I fumbled with my keys, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I had seen and heard things I couldn't rationalize, and the fear was still raw and immediate. I made my way inside, locking the door behind me. I collapsed onto my couch, my body exhausted, but my mind still reeling. I couldn't go back to that job. I knew that much. I drafted my resignation email, each keystroke firm and final. I wasn't just quitting, I was fleeing. By morning, I had submitted the resignation and blocked the company's number. I couldn't deal with any questions. I couldn't bear to recount what I'd experienced. I abandoned the job, hoping to leave the fear and paranoia behind. But it wasn't that simple. Sarah visited me later that day, her brow furrowed with concern. "John, what happened out there?" she asked softly, sitting across from me. I hesitated, unsure if she'd believe me, but I had to tell someone. "There was something in that basement, Sarah, not just a figure. It whispered to me, told me to leave, and the chair, it moved on its own." Her eyes widened, and she reached out to take my hand. "John, you did the right thing by leaving. We'll figure it out, one step at a time." But even with her reassurance, I couldn't shake the chill that had settled into my bones. Weeks passed. The building was demolished, and a new commercial complex replaced it. Yet sometimes when I drove by, the sense of being watched returned, stronger than ever. One night, as I lay in bed, the rain pattering against the window once more, I heard it again. A faint whisper just on the edge of my consciousness. John.
Part 1. The perfect match. They say love can blossom on Tinder. But what if beneath that flawless online profile lies a mind obsessed with watching your every move? I was sitting in my cozy apartment, an ordinary evening scrolling through Tinder while sipping a glass of Chardonnay. Having recently moved to the city and nursing a broken heart from my last relationship, I hoped to find a connection. Someone who could make me believe in love again. That's when I stumbled upon Jake's profile, his chiseled jawline beaming back at me, a mix of confidence and warmth in his smile. His bio was perfect too. Entrepreneur, world traveler, looking for someone to share adventures with. I swiped right, and to my surprise, it was an instant match. Within minutes, Jake messaged me. Our conversation flowed effortlessly, and soon we were texting daily. His humor and charm were irresistible, and each message made me feel more special. After a week of captivating chats, we decided to meet. Our first date was at a chic downtown cafe. As I walked in, my heart skipped a beat seeing Jake in person. Tall, fit, with his dark brown hair neatly cropped short and those electric blue eyes that seemed to look right into my soul. He spotted me, stood up with an inviting smile, and hugged me as if we were long-lost friends. Throughout our date, the conversation never stalled. Jake was attentive, hanging on to every word I said, and shared fascinating stories of his travels and entrepreneurial ventures. By the end of the evening, I was smitten. "I'm really glad we met, Jessica," he said as we parted ways. "Let's do this again soon." "Absolutely," I replied, feeling a flutter of excitement. Over the next few weeks, Jake and I went on several more dates. Each one was better than the last. Whether it was a dinner at a trendy restaurant, a walk in the park, or a movie night, Jake always made me feel like the center of his universe. But then small, unsettling things started to happen. One evening, I noticed a silver Sedan across from my apartment. At first, I didn't think much of it, but then it seemed like the car was always there, at odd hours, early morning when I left for work, late at night when I returned home. It felt like more than a coincidence. I brushed off the uneasy feeling, convincing myself it was just a neighbor's car. Another morning, I received a text from an unknown number. "Nice green dress. Have a great day." I froze, staring at my phone, panic rising in my chest. I was wearing a green dress, and the message came just as I stepped out of my building. I hadn't given Jake my number yet. We were still messaging through Tinder. I mentioned the text to Jake during our next date, laughing it off nervously. "Probably just one of your friends playing a prank," Jake said, his blue eyes twinkling with amusement. "Don't let it bother you." Trying to brush off my unease, I decided not to dwell on it. After all, Jake was right. Maybe one of my friends had somehow gotten my number and wanted to tease me. But as days passed, the texts continued, growing in detail. They mentioned my daily routines, the routes I took to work, even the music I listened to on my headphones during my morning run. It was unnerving, but they were still vague enough for me to doubt myself. Then, one evening, as I walked to my apartment building, the familiar silver sedan caught my eye again. Only this time, it felt more sinister. I pretended not to notice the car and hurried inside. My heart pounded as I quickly locked the door behind me. Trying to shake off the paranoia, I poured myself a glass of wine and sank into the couch, hoping a movie would distract me. The uneasy feeling didn't go away. In part 2, descent into paranoia. The days went by, but the unsettling feeling of being watched never left me. One Friday evening, I received another cryptic message. "Loved the way you hummed to that song this morning. My blood ran cold." This wasn't information anyone should know. I hadn't told a soul about my morning routine, much less my habit of humming along to my favorite tunes as I made breakfast. Fear gnawed at me as I reread the message. That night, I tossed and turned in my bed, sleep evading me. When I finally drifted off, it was only to be jolted awake by a sound outside my window. I crept to the window and peered out, but saw nothing. Paranoia consumed me. I knew I needed to talk to Jake. Maybe he could help ease my mind, remind me that it was all just a series of coincidences. We met the next evening at our favorite Italian restaurant. I told him about the increasingly invasive messages, watching his reaction closely. "Jessica, you're probably overthinking this," he said soothingly, reaching across the table to hold my hand. "It's just a prank or maybe some automated scam texts. I can help you report it if you'd like." I nodded, but something about his calm demeanor didn't sit right with me. Despite his reassurances, the fear lingered. A week later, as I returned home after a late night at work, I noticed something odd. My apartment door was slightly ajar. My heart pounded in my chest as I hesitated at the threshold. I pushed the door open and stepped inside cautiously, scanning the room. Nothing seemed out of place, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been here. I reached for the phone, dialing Rachel's number with shaky hands. "Jessica, you need to be more careful," Rachel said, her tone stern. "Change your locks and report this to the building manager. You should also consider contacting the police if this continues." Taking her advice, I immediately contacted my landlord to change the locks. I hoped that would be the end of it, but my nightmares were far from over. Another series of chilling text messages came through the next day, more specific than ever. "Saw you speaking to Rachel today. Interesting conversation." My skin crawled. They knew about my private talk with Rachel, something that happened inside the safety of my apartment. It was then I realized this wasn't a random prank. This was targeted. Desperate and terrified, I decided to follow Rachel's suggestion and contacted the police. I recounted the bizarre messages, the repeated sightings of the silver sedan, and the unsettling feeling of being watched. The officers took my statement seriously and launched an investigation. That same evening, they called me with an urgent update. They had traced the messages back to Jake's phone. Stunned, I sat down, my mind racing. How could Jake, the man who made me feel so special, be behind this? It felt like a nightmare. The officers explained further. Their investigation revealed Jake had been using my Wi-Fi to control hidden cameras he had planted in my apartment. He had been watching my every move. Shattered by betrayal, I called Rachel immediately. "You were right," I said, my voice trembling. "It was Jake all along. He's been watching me through hidden cameras." "Oh my God, Jessica. Pack your things right now and get out of there. Come stay with me. We'll figure this out together." Panic and anger swirled within me as I hurriedly packed a bag. I couldn't spend another minute in that apartment. Grabbing essentials, I fled to Rachel's place, leaving behind the place I once called home. Part 3. Haunting Aftermath. Moving in with Rachel was a temporary relief. She was a rock, helping me navigate the police investigation and legal proceedings to get a restraining order against Jake. But the damage had been done. My sense of security was shattered. A few weeks later, I found a new apartment, determined to rebuild my life. I made sure it was in a secure building with updated security measures. Still, I couldn't shake off the paranoia. Every creak, every shadow in the corner of my eye sent chills down my spine. I tried to establish a routine, hoping familiarity would help restore my peace of mind. I deleted all my social media accounts and got a new phone number. Rachel helped me unpack, and we tried to make the place feel like home by arranging furniture and putting up some cheerful decorations. But deep down, the fear lingered. It was a quiet Sunday evening when I sat in my living room trying to relax with a book. My new Wi-Fi device and laptop were set up nearby, ensuring a seamless connection for work and leisure. Yet, as I read, an unsettling feeling washed over me. Dismissing it as residual anxiety, I continued reading, trying to lose myself in the story. Suddenly, I heard it, a faint, barely discernible whisper. My blood turned to ice as I realized it was coming from my Wi-Fi device. My heart pounded in my chest as I strained to hear the words. It was indistinct but chillingly familiar. I shot up from the couch and approached the device with trepidation. The whisper grew slightly louder. It was as if someone was speaking through the connection, a ghostly echo from my recent past. Panic surged through me, and I quickly shut down the device. Breathing heavily, I backed away and grabbed my phone to call Rachel. "Rachel, I heard something. It's coming from my Wi-Fi. What if he's still watching me?" "Stay calm, Jessica," Rachel said, her voice steady. "Disconnect everything and come over. We can figure this out together." I followed her instructions, packing a few essentials in a hurried frenzy. I couldn't believe this was happening again. As I shut my laptop and pulled the plug on my devices, I couldn't help but feel like I was right back where I started, in Jake's grip. I double-checked my locks before leaving, my fear almost tangible. The streets outside felt eerily quiet as I made my way to Rachel's place. Every shadow seemed to harbor a threat that only I could perceive. When I finally arrived, Rachel embraced me, her presence a fleeting comfort amidst my turmoil. We spent the night discussing what steps to take next, but my mind kept straying back to the whispers from the Wi-Fi. The next few days were a haze of anxiety and sleepless nights. I couldn't stay at Rachel's forever and needed to tackle this head-on. With Rachel's help, I contacted a cybersecurity expert who assured me that he would thoroughly sweep my devices for any traces of surveillance. The expert's assurance helped, but I knew my trust had been irreparably damaged. Even simple, everyday actions became a source of paranoia. The city that once seemed vibrant and full of opportunities now felt like a labyrinth of potential threats. As time passed, I thought about moving again, perhaps to a different city, to outrun the shadows of my past. But deep down, I realized my true battle was within, against the fear and paranoia that Jake had instilled in me. One evening, as I sat alone in my living room, I tried to focus on a painting I had begun. My laptop, now scrubbed clean, sat innocuously on the table beside me. The room was quiet, except for the soft hum of the fan. I forced myself to breathe deeply, pushing away the invasive thoughts. Just then, a soft chime broke the silence, an email notification. I hesitated, fear gripping me, before slowly opening my laptop. The subject line read, "See you soon." With a sense of dread, I read the brief email, the words sending a shiver down my spine. As tears blurred my vision, I snapped the laptop shut, the sense of being watched lurking ever closer. I realized then that while I could try to escape, the threat Jake posed would always be there, an unrelenting shadow in the digital world. But instead of cowering, I promised myself I would fight back, ensuring he could never control my life again. The battle against my paranoia was just beginning, and while the whispers in the dark might never fully fade, I knew I had the strength to face whatever came next. The end is never certain, but in that moment, I chose to reclaim my future. The fluorescent lights hummed above me like a nest of discontent hornets as I patrolled the quiet aisles of Walmart, the weight of the night shift resting heavily on my shoulders. My name is Ava, and for the past 2 years, I've made sure that the only thing leaving this store without a receipt is the occasional fruit fly. That night, however, was different. It was the night the shadows in aisle 7 decided they had stories to tell. I stumbled upon the anomaly by pure chance, or perhaps by fate's twisted design. A small, unassuming black dot nestled behind a stack of discounted yarn, a hidden camera. My initial thought was misplaced inventory tech, but the cold prickling sensation down my spine whispered otherwise. It was methodically placed with a clear view of the aisle, a silent watcher in the shadows. My heart raced, a silent alarm echoing the dread pooling in my gut. Who would plant a camera here and why? The questions battered my resolve. With the camera surreptitiously pocketed, I made my way to the fortress of screens and buttons that was the security room, the sanctum of surveillance. It was there, amidst the blinking lights and scrolling feeds, that I took my first real step into the abyss. I plugged the camera into our system, the digital realm flickering to life before my eyes. The footage began as a tedious lullaby of empty aisles and occasional shoppers, but as the timeline skipped forward, my skepticism turned into a suffocating anxiety. It was the precision that unnerved me, the way the camera's angle perfectly framed each unsuspecting customer, lingering just a second too long as if memorizing their faces, their habits. But it wasn't until I saw her, a regular Mrs. Thompson, that the horror truly took hold. The footage didn't just watch, it studied her, tracked her movements through the store with an intimate focus. And then, as if aware of my prying eyes, the footage cut to black, replaced with a chilling message etched in white against the darkness. "We see you too, Ava." The silence of the security room became a deafening scream. My mind raced, terror and adrenaline pumping through my veins. I grabbed my walkie, ready to call it in, but paused. This was personal, a direct threat. A part of me, The part honed by military grit and a stubborn streak a mile wide rose to the challenge. Whoever was behind this wasn't dealing with a frightened store clerk. They were dealing with a soldier. And I was about to launch my counterattack. The world of security cameras and suspicious shadows was familiar territory, but being a target in someone else's game was unnerving ground. Alone at my desk, with the eerie afterglow of the monitor as my only company, I pondered my next move. The threat was clear, deliberate. It was a signature, a declaration that I was now part of this sinister narrative. Yet fear, although a constant whisper, did not dictate my actions. It fueled them. My decision to take matters into my own hands didn't come lightly. I knew the risks, understood the potential darkness I was inviting into my orbit, but I also knew I wouldn't live my life looking over my shoulder. With a newfound resolve, I reached out to the only two people in this colossal consumer fortress I trusted, Mark and Lana. Mark, with his ever-present glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, was a repository of technological know-how masked under a veil of shyness. Lana, vibrant and fearless, possessed an innate ability to read people like the latest fashion magazine. When I laid out the situation, the gravity of our circumstance drew us together, sealing our alliance. Mark dissected the camera's metadata with forensic precision, while Lana pieced together a timeline of suspicious activities correlating with the camera's footage dates. Armed with this new intelligence, a plan began to form. We knew confrontation was inevitable, yet direct confrontation was not an option, not yet. We needed the element of surprise, an advantage against an adversary cloaked in anonymity. The plan was risky, a gambit that placed myself as bait in the very aisles I once surveyed with detached vigilance. The trap was simple, yet intricate, utilizing our knowledge of the store's labyrinthine layout and the blind spots in our official surveillance system, areas I knew the stalker exploited. We set up decoy operations, false trails leading to meticulously staged traps designed to flush the stalker into the open. Lana's role was to be the eyes on the ground, blending in with the late-night shoppers while keeping a discreet watch. Mark, from his sanctuary amid cables and monitors, would orchestrate the technological ballet, ensuring all communication channels remained encrypted, invisible to prying eyes. As I stepped into the dimly lit aisles, acting the part of the unsuspecting victim, my every move was calculated, a choreographed dance with danger. Each shadow, each flicker of movement in my peripheral vision could be the moment of discovery. My heart raced not with fear, but anticipation. This was it, the culmination of our efforts, a showdown that had begun with a single hidden camera and evolved into a battle of wits and wills. The store, in its nocturnal solemnity, became the arena. I moved through it with practiced ease, all the while feeling the weight of unseen eyes. The trap was set, the stage was ready, and all players were in motion. Now, it was a waiting game, a game I intended to win. The trap, a meticulously laid web of surveillance and decoys, was set. The store's eerie silence wrapped around me, a stark contrast to the storm of activity hidden beneath the surface. Each step I took was heavy with purpose, knowing that with every passing moment we drew closer to the confrontation. Mark's voice, a constant presence in my earpiece, guided me, while Lana's subtle signals kept me aware of the larger picture unfolding around us. Then it happened. A flicker of shadow, out of place among the static shelves, caught my attention. My pulse spiked, not with fear, but with the thrill of the hunt turning in our favor. I moved towards the anomaly, each step deliberate, as Mark and Lana executed the next phase of our plan with precision. The shadow materialized into a figure, a man cloaked in the anonymity of dim lighting and nondescript clothing, his attention fixed on me. It was a face I had seen but never noticed, a fellow employee whose presence had always been peripheral. Our eyes locked, and in that moment, devoid of any pretense, I saw the depth of his obsession, the chaos masked by a facade of normalcy. The final confrontation was not a cacophony of violence, but a battle of strategy. As he advanced, so did I, leading him deeper into our trap, towards the storeroom where the culmination of our efforts awaited. Lana emerged from the shadows, her role shifting from observer to active participant, her vibrant energy now a beacon of strength. Together we cornered him, our collective resolve serving as the final nail in his coffin of surveillance and stalking. The storeroom, once a place of mundane inventory, became the arena of his downfall. Surrounded by the evidence of his obsession, the man's facade crumbled, revealing the depth of his delusion. Our trap, reliant not on physical force but on the psychological pressure of being outmaneuvered and exposed, drew a confession from his lips, a tale of voyeurism and twisted justification. In the aftermath, as law enforcement took the stalker away, the store returned to its nocturnal silence, a deceptive peace settling over the aisles. We had won, but the victory was not without its scars. The revelation of the stalker's identity and the extent of his surveillance network within our community forced us all to confront the fragile veil of privacy and safety we take for granted. In the days that followed, alongside Mark and Lana, I led the charge in unraveling the broader network the stalker had been part of. Our efforts laid bare a sinister underbelly of voyeurism and extortion that had thrived in the shadows of everyday life. Our story, a testament to resilience and unity in the face of unseen threats, served as a catalyst for change, sparking conversations on privacy, security, and the dark allure of voyeurism. As the lights dimmed on another day, I stood in the quiet solitude of the store, reflecting on our journey from ordinary employees to defenders of privacy and safety. The hidden camera that had started it all was now a relic of our ordeal, a reminder of the darkness we had faced and overcome. The store, once a simple place of employment, had transformed into a battleground where we reclaimed our security, our privacy, and ultimately, our peace. The emails started arriving late at night, blank messages from my own account with the subject line, "Did you forget?" But nothing could prepare me for the night my digital nightmare crept into the real world. I live in a quiet neighborhood, the kind of place where the biggest excitement is the annual summer fair. After starting my freelance graphic design job from home a few months ago, my routine became a sanctuary of predictability. I shared my small, two-bedroom house with Max, my loyal golden retriever. It was comforting to have him around, especially since I moved away from family and friends after a tough breakup. My home office overlooked the front yard, a quaint setup with a large desk, my computer, and a printer against the wall. One night, as I was wrapping up some work around midnight, I noticed my computer screen flickering back on. Weird, I thought. I had put it to sleep minutes earlier. I shook the mouse, expecting the screen to show my desktop, but there was nothing, just a swirling loading icon. Maybe it was just a glitch. I decided to call it a night, shutting everything down properly this time. The next morning, I woke to find an email waiting for me in my inbox. The sender was me, and the subject line read, "Did you forget?" My fingers hovered over the keyboard. I hadn't written this. I clicked on the email, but it was empty, just a blank message. My first thought was that it was some kind of spam, or perhaps my account had been hacked. I resolved to change my password later. A few days later, I was jolted awake at 2 a.m. by the sound of my printer whirring to life. The house was dark, except for the soft blue glow from the device. Max stirred beside me, his head popping up with a groggy curiosity. I whispered for him to stay as I crept towards the office. The printer spat out a blank page. Standing there in the dim light, I could feel the fine hairs on the back of my neck rise. What was going on with my electronics? After checking the printer settings and finding nothing out of the ordinary, I went back to bed, my mind racing with possible explanations. Rationalizing it as another glitch, I tried to convince myself that everything was fine. But deep down, I felt a growing unease. Little did I know, this was only the beginning. The events of the next few days would make me question everything, including my sanity. Around a week after the printer incident, I was lying in bed, scrolling mindlessly through my phone, when an alert popped up from my security app. Motion detected at front door. My stomach tightened as I opened the live feed. Nothing but shadows from the swaying trees. The sensor could have been tripped by a stray animal, or perhaps the wind. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I checked the timestamp, 11:45 p.m. I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep, so I threw on a hoodie and stepped outside, Max trailing behind me. The night was eerily quiet. As I approached the front yard, Max started growling softly, his hackles raised. I scanned the area with my flashlight, heart pounding. There was nothing unusual, just the usual serene emptiness. However, when I reached the side of the house, my beam caught something, a section of disturbed dirt near my window. It looked like someone had been digging or perhaps trying to pry open the window frame. My first instinct was to call the police. They arrived within minutes, lights flashing, but found nothing of note. Could be a stray animal, one officer suggested, but the other took it more seriously, promising to increase patrols in my neighborhood. Despite their reassurances, I felt no safer. The following night, my friend Tom, a local IT specialist, came over to check my computer. Tom was the kind of guy who made you feel at ease with his easygoing manner and quick jokes. He fiddled with my laptop, checking logs and running scans. "Looks like someone's definitely been poking around," he said, frowning at the screen. "I'd say your account was hacked, but this level of access suggests someone has been monitoring you closely." My heart sank. "What do you mean?" "I mean they've been pretty thorough. Whoever did this knew what they were doing. I've installed more robust security measures, but keep an eye out for anything strange." Tom's words did little to calm my anxiety. That night, I lay in bed, listening to every creak and groan of the house, hyper-aware of Max's movements beside me. The idea that someone could be watching my every move was unbearable. The next morning, the feeling of being watched persisted. With a gnawing sense of vulnerability, I went about my day, trying to maintain some semblance of normalcy. When Detective Sarah Blake stopped by that evening, her presence was both a comfort and a grim reminder of my situation. Sarah was serious, her eyes scanning every inch of my living room as I recounted the events. She was thorough, asking questions and taking notes, but there was little she could do without solid evidence. "We're taking this seriously, Megan," she assured me. "But without any concrete proof, it's tough to make a case." Her visit ended with a promise of frequent patrols in my area and her personal contact number. Yet as the night crept in, I felt more alone than ever. Even Max seemed on edge, his eyes following unseen movements. I couldn't escape the sensation that my every action was being monitored, every step anticipated. The tension was becoming unbearable, and I knew it was only a matter of time before something gave way. The nights that followed Detective Blake's visit were filled with a suffocating sense of dread. I kept receiving the unnerving emails with the subject line, "Did you forget?" The content still comprised of gibberish, strings of random characters that seemed to mock my inability to decode their meaning. Max's agitated behavior only amplified my own anxiety. Sleep became a distant memory, replaced by fragmented dozes and frequent checks at the windows. One particular night, the temperature had dropped significantly. I was huddled under a blanket on the couch when my phone buzzed with an alert. Motion detected at front door. The clock on the wall read 1:35 a.m. Feeling a cold sweat break out, I glanced toward the windows, their dark surfaces offering no clue of who or what could be outside. Summoning every ounce of courage, I grabbed a kitchen knife and made my way to the door. Max stayed close, his growls low and continuous. My heart raced as I turned the doorknob slowly, inching the door open. The porch light illuminated the small front yard, yet it felt like the shadows held more secrets than light could reveal. Just as I was about to step out, a movement at the edge of the light caught my eye. A hooded figure stood motionless, right at the boundary where light met darkness. The figure didn't move. He just stared, and even though I couldn't see his face, I felt his gaze pierce through me. Max lunged forward, barking ferociously. The figure turned silently and began walking away into the night, disappearing into the shadows beyond my sight. I stood there, knife clutched tightly, every fiber of my being screaming at me to shut the door and call for help. When I finally did, the police arrived swiftly, but found nothing, not a single trace of the intruder. In the aftermath, I was a shaking mess, overwhelmed by the reality that someone had been watching me so closely, so personally. Detective Blake tried to reassure me, but how could she? How could anyone? The final blow came a few nights later. Exhausted, I had finally managed to drift into a fitful sleep, only to be awakened by Max's frantic barking. My phone buzzed with a new email notification. Dreading what I might find, I reluctantly opened it. The subject line, as usual, read, "Did you forget?" but this time there was an attachment. My breath caught in my throat. The attachment was a photo of me taken in my bedroom from my perspective. I could see myself lying in bed, the sleeping form of Max at the edge. The realization hit me like a punch in the gut. These photos had been taken from inside my house. Panicking, I bolted upright, grabbing the nearest heavy object for protection. I searched every room, every closet, every possible hiding place, but there was no one, and nothing out of place. The sense of violation was overwhelming. I called the police again, my voice trembling with fear. Detective Blake's team did another thorough search, but came up empty-handed once more. That night, I sat down with my laptop and decided to share my story online. I needed someone to know in case something happened to me. As I typed out my experiences, the haunting thought that the stalker was still out there, still watching, loomed large in my mind. Before I posted, I checked my email one last time. A new message had arrived. The same gibberish characters, the same empty mockery. As I stared at the screen, the reality sank in. There was no escaping this nightmare. I finished typing my post, hoping to reach out to anyone who might offer advice or reassurance. Signing off, I felt a shiver run down my spine. The final words I typed lingered ominously in my mind. If you ever find yourself alone, trust your instincts. It's not just the house settling. Sometimes it can be much, much more. SEND.
Part 1, the beginning. Even in death, she tried to warn me, but it was too late. The spirit we unleashed didn't just want revenge. It had a score to settle with my family. The rain hammered against the windows, a relentless storm outside echoing the turmoil inside me. It had only been 3 weeks since my mother's sudden death, and my heart was still grappling with the void she left behind. My friends Claire and Kevin had come over, their presence a small comfort in my grief-stricken home. Claire, ever the enthusiast of the supernatural, had brought her Ouija board. "We could try to contact your mom, Sarah," she suggested, her eyes shimmering with a mix of excitement and empathy. Kevin shifted uncomfortably next to her, his usual skepticism etched on his face. "I'm not sure if it's a good idea," Kevin muttered, glancing at me with concern. "These things are usually just parlor tricks." But a part of me, the part desperate for a final word with my mother, convinced me to give it a try. We gathered in the living room, the candles Claire had lit casting long, flickering shadows across the walls. "All right, let's begin," Claire said, placing the Ouija board on the coffee table. We sat around it, our fingers poised lightly on the planchette. The storm outside seemed to grow louder, the wind howling as if it knew the dark path we were about to take. "Is anyone there?" Claire asked aloud, her voice steady. For a few moments, there was nothing but the sound of the storm. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, counting each second in the silence. Then slowly, the planchette began to move. My breath caught as it drifted across the board, stopping on HELLO. Kevin's jaw tightened, but he didn't pull away. "Who are we speaking to?" Claire asked, her voice a mix of curiosity and caution. The planchette moved again, spelling out the name I so desperately wanted to see, M-O-M. Tears filled my eyes. Claire continued, now with a tone that bordered on disbelief. "Is it really you?" E-E-S. It felt as though a dam had broken inside me. "Mom, I miss you so much," I whispered, my voice trembling. The planchette moved once more, S-O-R-R-Y. A chill seeped into the room, cutting through the warmth of the candles. "Why are you sorry?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. There was a long pause, our collective breath held in the silence, before the planchette moved again. G-E-T-O-U-T. A shiver ran down my spine. The atmosphere in the room shifted, becoming dense and oppressive. Then the planchette started to move more erratically, as if disturbed by an unseen force. C-L-A-R-E. It spelled her name before darting to the word no. "What's happening?" Claire's face had turned ghostly pale. She tried to lift her fingers off the planchette, but they felt glued in place. Kevin looked at me, fear now shadowing his previously skeptical eyes. And then it spelled out a name that none of us recognized. D-A-N-I-E-L. "Daniel?" I echoed, the name sending a spike of unease through me. We stared at each other, the room suddenly feeling much colder. Without warning, a cold wind whipped through the room, snuffing out half the candles. The remaining flames flickered violently, casting monstrous shapes on the walls. The atmosphere was thick with something malevolent, something that felt wrong. G-E-T-O-U-T. The board repeated insistently. My hands trembled as I tried to speak, tried to question further, but the feeling of dread had settled into my bones, making every inch of skin prickle with fear. There was no mistaking it. We had contacted something dark, something that did not belong in our world. "We need to stop this," Kevin said urgently, his voice rising with panic. But the planchette seemed to have a mind of its own now, sliding frantically across the board. D-A-N-G-E-R. The air grew colder still, and the oppressive feeling intensified as though the walls themselves were closing in. And as the final letter spelled out our doom, the last of the candles went, plunging us into darkness. Part 2. The unsettling escalation. The house was eerily quiet, save for the now distant sound of the storm outside. None of us dared to speak for a moment, each contemplating the darkness that seemed to have wrapped itself around us. Kevin finally moved, fumbling for a lighter to reignite the candles. The small flames brought meager comfort as they cast a dim glow across the room. "We should stop," Claire said shakily, pulling her hands from the Ouija board. The look in her eyes was no longer one of curiosity, but of real, gnawing fear. Before we could collect ourselves, an icy draft swept through the room, making us shiver. We exchanged nervous glances, each of us trying to make sense of what had happened. Suddenly, I heard a faint whisper, almost too soft to catch. It was like the wind was speaking, words brushing past my ears just beyond comprehension. "What was that?" Kevin asked, his eyes darting around the room anxiously. "Did you hear it?" I nodded, my heart pounding even harder. Claire was visibly shaking, her eyes wide. "It's just the wind," I tried to reassure them, though doubt clouded my words. "It has to be." But the whispers only grew louder, more distinct until they formed broken words. S-O-R-R-Y. I froze. The apology from the Ouija board echoed through the room, as if the spirit was all around us, watching, waiting. Then Kevin yelled, "Look!" His voice was a mixture of fear and fascination. A swirling breath of cold air collected in the center of the room, forming into misty shapes right before our eyes. In the midst of this chaos, a sudden realization hit me. "We need to know what Daniel wants," I half whispered, half pleaded. "We need to understand." Claire, looking petrified but determined, nodded. "Maybe this is why your mom said sorry," she suggested. "Maybe she knew something about Daniel." Driven by a newfound resolve, I led the others up to the attic, the oldest and most neglected part of the house. Dusty boxes and old furniture covered in white sheets filled the dim space. We rummaged through family records, old photos, and newspaper clippings, looking for any mention of Daniel. After what felt like an eternity, Kevin held up a yellowed newspaper. "Here," he exclaimed. "Daniel Torrance, a local man, died under mysterious circumstances in the woods near here. Officials never solved the case." My stomach tightened as I read further. The date of Daniel's death was strikingly close to the year my parents had moved into this house. "Do you think your dad—" Claire started, her voice trailing off. The implication was too dreadful to voice. As soon as she spoke, a loud crash resonated from downstairs. Heartbeats quickened, our fear palpable as we descended to investigate. As we stepped back into the living room, we saw remnants of our seance strewn about, candles knocked over, flickering weakly, and the Ouija board in pieces. Suddenly, objects began to fly across the room, picture frames shattered against walls, books hurled from shelves. The air buzzed with a chaotic energy. A vase crashed into the wall just inches from Kevin's head, and he ducked, eyes wide with terror. "It's getting worse," Claire cried out, crouching to avoid a glass shard. "We have to stop it! We need to finish this once and for all." "But how?" I yelled over the din. The planchette flew across the room, narrowly missing me. CHECKATGARDEN. We darted out into the cold night, the storm's fury wrapping around us as we bolted to the garden. In the freezing darkness, we stumbled upon an old, half-buried wooden box under a rotting trellis. Digging it up with frantic hands, we unearthed faded letters and an old journal, my father's journal. The entries detailed his involvement in an incident that led to Daniel's death, confirming our worst fears. My chest tightened with grief and betrayal. "This is what Daniel wanted us to find," I murmured. A violent wind picked up once more, rattling the trees and howling through the garden, driving us back inside. Back in the living room, the poltergeist activity reached a terrifying crescendo. Books flew off shelves, glass shattered, and the very walls seemed to tremble with rage. "Daniel!" I screamed, clutching the journal. "We know the truth now. Please, stop!" The room fell eerily silent, the only sound now the howl of the wind outside. The oppressive weight lifted slightly, but the atmosphere remained charged, like the quiet after a storm. Though Daniel's immediate wrath had subsided, the whispers and cold spots lingered, leaving an unshakable sense of an unseen presence. The horror wasn't over. It had just taken a different, more insidious form. Part 3, the harrowing revelation and lingering haunt. My hands trembled as I clutched my father's journal, each line sealing the truth that our family had tried so hard to bury. There was no denying it now. Daniel had died because of my father's actions. The spirit's messages of sorry and betrayed now held a weight that crushed my soul. "We have to confront him," I said, turning to Claire and Kevin. They both nodded, understanding the gravity of what we had to do. The storm had not lessened. If anything, its ferocity seemed to match the turmoil in my heart. We found my father in the study, staring bleakly at the rain-splattered window. He turned as we entered, and his eyes, hollow and weary, met mine. "Dad," I began, my voice trembling but resolute, "we know about Daniel." He flinched as if struck, his face paling as his gaze fell on the journal in my hands. "Sarah, No more lies," I interrupted, tears streaming down my face. "You have to tell us the truth." His shoulders sagged, and he sank into his chair. "It was an accident," he started, his voice thick with remorse. "Daniel and I were friends. We went out into the woods that night, and things got out of hand. I didn't mean for him to get hurt, but he fell. And by the time I found help, it was too late." "And you covered it up," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "You let everyone believe it was a mystery." He nodded, tears filling his eyes. "Your mother knew. She wanted to go to the police, but I begged her not to. It haunted her until the day she died." Before I could process his confession, the room temperature dropped precipitously. The lights flickered and went out, leaving us bathed in the dim glow of candlelight. The oppressive feeling returned, stronger than ever. The Ouija board pieces on the table began to tremble, then whirled into the air and assembled themselves with terrifying speed. The planchette moved on its own, spelling out a single chilling word, Betrayed. I could feel the spirit's anger pulsing through the very air. Books flew from the shelves, and windows rattled violently. Claire and Kevin stepped closer to me, their faces etched with fear. "What do you want?" I screamed over the cacophony. "What will make this stop?" The planchette moved again with deliberate, furious force. Tellthetruth. My father trembled, clearly receiving the message. "I'll go to the police," he said, his voice breaking. "I'll confess everything. Just please let my family go." The room fell silent, as if the house itself was holding its breath. The ghostly presence seemed to consider his words. Finally, the planchette moved one last time. Justice. The temperature in the room slowly began to rise, and the oppressive pressure lifted. The lights flickered back on, and the immediate supernatural presence seemed to dissipate, leaving an eerie calm in its wake. "But know this," I said, stepping forward with the journal in hand, addressing the presence I could still feel. "We will honor you, Daniel. We will make things right." With my father's confession, the haunting aggressions ceased, but the house remained a place of unrest. The eerie whispers persisted, soft now, but constant. Cold spots appeared without warning, and every so often I would feel a gentle but chilling touch on my shoulder. The nightmare was not truly over. It had simply shifted to a lingering, unnerving reminder of the past. Each night was a new struggle with the shadows that flickered at the edge of my vision and the whispers that filled the silence. Living in the house where Daniel once sought justice felt like walking a fine line between two worlds. The spirits were calmer, resigned perhaps, but always present. A reminder that some wrongs can never be fully righted, and some spirits never fully rest. "He's lying," the whisper crawled into my ear, slithering through the silence of my locked bedroom. The same chilling voice that had haunted our Ouija board session now hounded my thoughts. One of my closest friends was not who they seemed, and I feared the storm outside was the least of my dangers. The night it all began was steeped in an eerie stillness. Heavy clouds veiled the moon, and thunder rumbled in the distance, promising a tempest. Inside my cozy living room, dimly lit by flickering candles, the tension among us was palpable. Jessica, with her trademark ponytail and confident smile, opened the dusty wooden box she found in her grandmother's attic. Inside lay the ancient Ouija board, its edges worn and symbols faded. "I can't believe you actually brought this," I said, trying to mask my unease with a chuckle. "What? Thought we could use a little thrill," Jessica replied, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Andrew, nervously tapping his foot, looked at the board with a mix of excitement and dread. Mark, ever the protector, grinned and gave me a reassuring pat on the back. "Don't worry, Sam. It's just a game." We positioned ourselves around the coffee table, fingers lightly resting on the planchette. Despite our casual banter, an undercurrent of trepidation flowed beneath our words. As we began, the room grew colder, the candles flickering as if in protest. "Is anyone there?" Jessica asked, her voice steady. For a moment, nothing happened. Then slowly the planchette began to move. My heart pounded in my chest as Andrew's eyes widened in astonishment. It glided across the board, spelling out Hello. "Who are you?" Mark asked, leaning in, his casual demeanor faltering. "Elf," the board replied. "A little girl?" I muttered, goosebumps rising on my arms. We continued to ask questions, and Lily's responses seemed innocuous at first, simple greetings and vague descriptions of her life. But then, her messages turned cryptic, darker. "What do you want?" Andrew asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Betryal." Before we could react, the candles flickered violently, and the planchette flew across the board, as if an unseen force yanked it. Panic erupted. Mark accused Jessica of pushing the planchette, while Andrew stammered that he didn't feel well. We ended the session abruptly, shoving the board back into its box. The unspoken agreement was clear. We would never speak of this night again. But the unsettling atmosphere lingered, the word Lily spelled out echoing in my mind. Over the next few days, Andrew's condition worsened. Dark circles framed his eyes, and he appeared more anxious with each passing day. One night, as the storm outside raged, he called me with trembling urgency in his voice. "I can't sleep, Sam. The dreams, I'm trapped in a dark void, and I can hear her laughter, that eerie, malicious laugh." His voice broke, and I felt a cold knot form in my stomach. I tried to reassure him, but his fear was infectious. The whisper in my room that night was the final straw, a chilling reminder of the malevolent presence we had awakened. "He's lying," it had hissed, close to my ear. I whipped my head around, but I was alone, or so I thought. This was just the beginning of our descent into a nightmare we could not escape. Andrew's confession replayed in my mind as I lay in bed that night, the storm's howls mimicking the fear stirring within me. I wrapped my arms around myself, trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. Despite the locked door, despite the silence of my house, I heard it again, softer, more menacing. "He's lying." I jolted upright, eyes darting around the room, the whisper fading into the shadows. It was then I knew something was terribly wrong. Andrew's condition was just the beginning. This malicious force was rooted deeper than any of us could comprehend. The next days were a blur of paranoia and dread. Andrew's absence loomed over us like a specter. We searched for him tirelessly, called the authorities, but it was as if he had vanished into thin air. The entire time, Mark's behavior grew increasingly erratic. His charming, protective demeanor turned cold, almost hostile. One afternoon, while Jessica and I combed through the local library, desperate for any answers, I stumbled upon old newspaper clippings about the house's history. The stories spoke of disappearances, mysterious deaths, all linked to the use of a Ouija board. The more I read, the more a pattern of possession and betrayal emerged. "Sam, look at this." Jessica's voice startled me from my thoughts. She held up an old photograph of a family, their faces blurred, but the house unmistakably ours. "They look haunted." A shiver ran down my spine. "We need to talk to Mark," I muttered. Back at the house, Mark was pacing in the living room. The very sight of him set my nerves on edge. "What's going on?" he snapped as we entered. The hostility in his voice was unnerving. "Mark, we need to tell you something," Jessica began. But before she could continue, the lights flickered. The planchette from the Ouija board slid off the shelf and fell onto the floor with a thud, sending a chill through the room. "Mark," I said, my voice trembling, "we think this isn't just about Lily. There's a pattern of possession linked to this board, and you think I'm possessed?" He spat, eyes narrowing. "You think I'm the one lying?" The whispered words from my bedroom echoed in my mind, and fear twisted in my gut. I glanced at Jessica, who seemed equally unsettled. "We're just saying there's something wrong, and we need to fix this before it's too late," she said. Mark sneered. "You're paranoid, both of you." He stormed out, leaving us in tense silence. As night fell, I locked myself in my bedroom, the weight of unresolved fear pressing down on me. Sleep was elusive, every creak and whisper making my heart race. I knew I had to dig deeper, find more links to the past, and understand what we were up against. My gut told me that the answers lay in the past, tangled in the history I had just begun to uncover. And as much as I was afraid of what I might find, I knew I had no choice but to continue. The following day, I returned to the archives alone. The librarian gave me a sympathetic look as I requested more records. My hands shook as I pored over musty old files, piecing together the dark history of possessions, deceit, and betrayal linked to the Ouija board across generations. Hours passed and the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the library when I finally found it. A detailed account from decades ago describing a similar situation. Friends haunted, one being overtaken by a malevolent spirit, the outcome a tragic, violent end. My blood ran cold, realizing the pattern was unmistakable. There was no doubt now, Mark was a vessel of Lily's malevolent spirit. My mind raced with possibilities on how to confront this without becoming the next victim of this sinister cycle. When I returned home, darkness had fallen. The house was eerily quiet. I found Jessica in the kitchen, her eyes red from crying. "Mark hasn't come back," she whispered. "Jessica," I said, taking a deep breath, "we need to act now. The history, the records, Mark is the one. He's been possessed, and if we don't stop this..." I trailed off, the implications too horrifying to voice. A noise from the living room made us both jump. Mark stood in the doorway, his expression cold and menacing. "Finding more nonsense to pin this on me?" he snarled. I stepped back, every instinct screaming danger, but I steeled myself. This was a confrontation we had to face, with no turning back. The climax of our nightmare had begun. Time seemed to slow as Mark's menacing presence filled the room. Every muscle in my body screamed to flee, but I knew there was no escape. Jessica and I exchanged a fearful glance, our unspoken agreement clear. We had to face whatever had taken hold of Mark. "You need to leave, Mark," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "This isn't you. We know about the possess." "Enough!" Mark roared, his voice an unnatural echo that chilled me to the bone. He advanced, eyes dark and unseeing. "You think you know everything, don't you? You think you can stop me?" Jessica stepped forward, her voice shaking but determined. "Mark, fight it. This isn't you. We can help you." But Mark's lips twisted into a malicious grin. "There is no Mark, only L.I.L.E." The name was drawn out slowly, each letter distinct and chilling. In a flash, he lunged at us. Jessica screamed as Mark's power, something beyond human strength, threw her across the room. I grabbed the nearest object, an old candlestick, and raised it defensively. "Lily," I shouted, "if you want to end this, come at me." Mark's body convulsed, and he let out a guttural laugh that wasn't his own. Gladly. The ensuing struggle was a blur of chaos and terror. Mark's possessed form was relentless. Every blow I landed seemed futile, the spirit inside him driving him with an otherworldly force. Finally, with a desperate swing, I managed to strike his head hard enough to daze him. Mark staggered, then crumpled to the floor, unconscious. I fell to my knees, panting, the candlestick clattering beside me. Jessica crawled to my side, her face pale and bruised, but her eyes filled with fierce determination. "We need to end this," she whispered. "Now." Together we dragged Mark's limp body to the basement, where the Ouija board still lay in its box. We set him down and lit a circle of candles, the flickering light casting haunting shadows on the walls. I opened the board and placed the planchette in the center. "Lily, you want a way back?" "Here it is," I called out, my voice echoing in the cold, damp air. The planchette moved immediately, spelling out M-I-N-E. Mark's body convulsed, and his eyes flew open, black as the void. "You think you can banish me?" The voice croaked. Jessica and I held our ground. "Lily, release him! Take me instead!" I shouted, the words tearing from my throat in desperation. Nothing happened for a moment. Then Mark laughed, the sound cruel and empty. Brave but foolish. Without warning, the candles blew out, plunging us into darkness. I felt a force slam into me, knocking me to the floor. The pain was sharp, but it brought clarity. I couldn't give in to fear. I had to protect my friends, no matter the cost. A sudden surge of strength coursed through me. I reached blindly through the dark, fingers closing around the planchette. "Lily, it ends now!" I roared, slamming the planchette down on the board. The room erupted into chaos. The air crackled with energy, and a horrendous scream filled the space. Mark's body convulsed violently, then went still. The oppressive presence lifted, leaving us gasping in the silence. The candles flickered back to life, weak but steady. Mark lay unconscious, but his face was peaceful, the malevolent spirit gone. Jessica embraced me, her sobs a mixture of relief and lingering fear. "Is it over?" she whispered. I nodded, though a part of me knew the scars would remain. We had expelled Lily's spirit, but the horrors of that night would haunt us forever. In the weeks that followed, Mark remained hospitalized, his memory of the events blissfully blank. Jessica and I visited him, our bond stronger, forged in the crucible of shared terror. But the whisper, the presence, I knew it lingered just beyond the veil. Late at night, alone in my home, I would hear the echoes. It wasn't over, not truly. The darkness we had touched would always be a part of us. The sinister truth bore down with a weight that I could not fully escape. Each day was a reminder, a whisper waiting for the right moment to seep through. And as I sat, penning this recount in the dim light, I heard it again. He's lying. The end is never truly the end.
It's been days since I began to notice the shadows moving on their own, whispering secrets that gradually unraveled my sanity. At first, I thought it was stress. Long hours at the office and the weight of personal losses. It wouldn't have been a stretch to imagine I was hallucinating. But everything changed the moment I came across that mirror. It was a particularly dreary Wednesday afternoon when I decided to take a walk, hoping the fresh air might clear my mind. Wandering aimlessly through downtown's labyrinthine streets, I stumbled upon a forgotten alleyway I'd never noticed before. Tucked away in its shadowy recesses was an old curiosity shop, its window display a cluttered array of forgotten relics. Drawn by morbid curiosity, I pushed open the creaky door. The interior was dimly lit, dust motes dancing in the beams of light that pierced through cobweb-covered windows. Each shelf overflowed with trinkets, antiques, and peculiar oddities. My gaze fell upon an ornate mirror, its frame embellished with intricate designs and coated in a thick layer of dust that hinted at years of neglect. The shopkeeper, a gaunt figure with sunken eyes, seemed to materialize out of nowhere. "Interesting choice," he murmured, his voice barely more than a whisper. "That mirror has quite the history. Many have found themselves engrossed by its allure." I should have heeded the curious, almost foreboding tone in his words, but I didn't. Instead, I found myself entranced by the mirror's surface, its reflection shimmering eerily despite the lack of direct light. Ignoring the man's warnings, I purchased the mirror and carried it back to my apartment, driven by a bizarre yet unshakable fascination. That night, as I unpacked my find and positioned it on the wall, an odd chill crept up my spine. The moment my fingers brushed against its surface, a distorted ripple coursed through reality, and I felt a sickening lurch. When I opened my eyes, everything seemed off. My apartment was identical, yet subtly wrong. Colors muted, the ambiance eerily oppressive. Brushing it off as exhaustion, I tried to sleep. That's when the whispering started. Low, indistinct murmurs seemed to emanate from the corners of my room. At first, I convinced myself it was the wind, but the persistence and clarity of the whispers grew. "Come closer," the shadows urged. "Learn the truth." Morning brought no solace. The shadows seemed thicker, and their whispers more insistent. I found myself drawn to a particularly dark shadow lurking in the living room corner, its form almost tangible. As I approached it, the whispers intensified, forming coherent words that sent chills down my spine. He will betray you. I recoiled in terror, unwilling to digest the cryptic message. My immediate thought was of Jason, my boyfriend, and the man I had relied on since my mother's passing. Distrusting the shadows, I texted him, hoping to find normalcy in his voice, but the unease gnawed at my sanity. Trying to shake off the dread, I went to meet Sophie, my best friend, hoping her vibrant energy could dispel my darkening mood. We met at a cafe, a seemingly normal place tainted by the shadows' relentless whispers. As we sipped our coffees, Sophie chattered about trivialities, but the shadows around her revealed darker truths. She envies you, they hissed. She plots behind your back. I brushed them off, determined to believe it was my mind playing tricks. However, the longer we talked, the more I noticed subtle shifts in her demeanor, cruel undertones in her seemingly harmless comments. The final straw came when Sophie dropped her facade momentarily, her eyes flickering with a coldness I had never seen before. Doubt slammed into me like a freight train. The whispering shadows may have distorted my reality, but they had unveiled a hidden layer of betrayal around me. Rising from my seat, I left Sophie bewildered at the table. My breath came in short gasps as I walked away, shadows clinging to my every step, their revelations echoing in my mind. My world, my reality was cracking, and I was teetering on the edge of sanity, drawn into an abyss where shadows revealed truths too dark to face. The confrontation with Sophie had shaken me to my core, but it wasn't enough to deter me from seeking the truth. Every day the shadows grew bolder, their whispers more coherent, filling my mind with insidious doubts. Despite my growing paranoia, I knew I needed to confront Jason next. I needed to uncover what the shadows were desperately trying to show me. Jason's apartment felt like a fortress, a place where I had always found comfort. As I walked through the door, the shadows seemed to follow, lingering in the corners, watching. Jason greeted me with his usual warmth, but something was off. His smile seemed a bit too forced, his eyes a little too evasive. We settled on the couch, making small talk, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. The shadows around him whispered incessantly, their voices rising to an almost deafening crescendo. He hides something. He isn't what he seems. My heart pounded in my chest as I carefully broached the subject. Jason, I began, my voice trembling. Have you ever felt different? Like something's not right? He looked at me, confusion clouding his eyes. What are you talking about, Emily? The shadows around him twisted and snarled as they whispered, Ask him about the nights he's been away. Summoning what little courage I had left, I pressed on. Where have you been the last few nights? You've been different. His face darkened, and for a brief moment the mask slipped. Anger flickered across his features, and the shadows grew louder, their whispers turning into a cacophony. Don't trust him. He's dangerous. I've been working late, he said, his voice strained, each word a lie. You know how it is. Every instinct screamed for me to flee, but I stood my ground. I think you're lying to me, Jason. The shadows, they're telling me things I can't ignore. His expression shifted, fear now etched across his face. Emily, you're not making any sense. Maybe you're just stressed. But it was too late. The shadows had unraveled enough of the truth, tugging at the strings of my sanity. I realized that the man I thought I knew so well was hiding something, and the shadows were exposing him for what he truly was. With my trust in Jason shattered, I retreated to my apartment, desperate for answers, for any semblance of sanity. The weekend passed in a blur of whispered secrets and growing paranoia. By Monday, I was a fragile mess, barely holding on to my grip on reality. That night, the shadows became more aggressive. I was lying in bed, teetering on the edge of sleep when their whispers grew louder, demanding attention. Face us. Learn the truth. Desperation clawed at my chest as I stood, my legs unsteady. The shadows in my bedroom twisted into grotesque forms, their whispers now a relentless chant. As I approached the darkest corner of the room, my reflection in the mirror twisted and distorted, a malicious grin spreading across its face. The room spun, and I could barely distinguish reality from illusion. Exhausted and on the brink of collapse, I sank to my knees, clutching my head as the whispers overwhelmed me. We must confront him. He hides in the darkness. In the dim light, my shadow on the wall seemed to loom larger, darker, as if waiting for me to acknowledge its existence. The room's air turned thick and suffocating, shadows moving in tandem with my labored breaths. My mind raced, trying to piece together the fragments of sanity left. The shadows, they were part of me, parts that I had ignored or denied. Now, they demanded to be heard. I found myself entranced by the largest shadow in the hallway. Its form writhed and morphed, almost as if it were struggling to break free from the wall. I approached it, my heart in my throat, hands trembling. As I got closer, the shadows whispered a singular, terrifying demand. Sacrifice. A cold realization hit me. I had to give up something, a part of myself, to understand and possibly escape this twisted reality. Trembling, I sat, reached out towards the shadow, feeling its cold, almost tangible presence. It enveloped me, a wave of cold darkness, pulling me deeper into its grasp. I screamed, the sound muffled by the oppressive darkness. My reflection in the mirror watched with a sinister satisfaction, my eyes wide with terror. The shadows clung to me, whispering secrets I could barely comprehend, vying for control over my fractured mind. The world around me distorted further, each whisper eroding the remaining shreds of my sanity. I was losing myself to the shadows, becoming entangled in their whispers, their secrets, their darkness. Every step I took felt like a descent into an abyss from which I might never return. The sacrifice was inevitable. The shadows wouldn't let go, and neither would the dark truths they harbored. Staring into the twisted reflection in front of me, I understood that to escape, I had to confront and accept the darkest part of myself. The shadows representing my hidden fears and unspoken truths demanded acknowledgement. Taking a deep breath, I whispered to them, "Tell me what you want." The shadows coalesced, forming a grotesque figure that mirrored my own silhouette, but with eyes that burned like embers. "You must embrace the darkness within," it hissed. My own voice, distorted and filled with malice. "Only then can you find the way out." Trembling, I stepped forward, pressing my hand against the cold, sinister form. As I did, memories and emotions flooded through me, resentment, envy, anger, and pain that I had buried deep within. The shadows drew these emotions forth, each whisper slicing through my soul. A suffocating pressure engulfed me, and I felt my consciousness slipping. I was no longer just Emily. I was part of the shadows. We moved as one, our memories tangled, our fears intertwined. There was no escape from this nightmare unless I accepted the totality of my existence. "You must give us a part of yourself," the shadow hissed, pulling me deeper into its dark embrace. "Surrender the light you cling to so desperately." With each breath, a part of me faded into the shadow's embrace, my hope, my innocence, my light. I felt myself unraveling, merging with the darkness, becoming one with the whispers. The sacrifice was excruciating, but it was the only way to find release. As I surrendered, the shadows around me shifted, their malevolence softening. My reflection in the mirror began to clear, my face no longer twisted but stoic and weary. The whispers quieted, turning into a haunting melody that wrapped around my soul. The mirror in front of me transformed, no longer a portal of malevolence but a gateway back to my original reality. Summoning the last of my strength, I stepped through, the sensation of cold shadows clinging to me until I was back in my dimly lit apartment. Everything was as it had been, yet profoundly different. The shadows in my apartment were just shadows, silent, still. The mirror hung on the wall, a mere object now, stripped of its power. But I was forever changed. I had left a part of myself behind in that parallel world, a sacrifice to the whispering shadows. I dropped to my knees, tears streaming down my face. The overwhelming quiet consumed me. No whispers, no shadows moving of their own volition. I was alone with my thoughts, haunted by the memories of what I had lost, the part of myself I had surrendered. The days that followed felt like an eternity. The world around me resumed its normalcy, but I couldn't shake the darkness that lingered inside. I avoided mirrors, fearing the reflection might show a glimpse of the shadowy entity I had become entwined with. Friends and loved ones noticed my change, the distant look in my eyes, the way I recoiled from deep conversations. Sophie, oblivious to the depths of my experience, continued with her life, our friendship forever altered by the shadow's revelations. Jason, unaware of my torment, remained a looming figure in my mind, a reminder of the deceit and darkness I had uncovered. Sleep eluded me, each night plagued by dreams of the shadow world. The whispers, though faint and distant, called to me from the corners of my mind, a lingering reminder of the sacrifice I had made. The price of escape was steep, and the shadow's grip on my soul was eternal. One night, as the moonlight filtered through the curtains, I found myself standing before the mirror again. The reflection staring back at me was one of sorrow and acceptance. I knew then that the shadows had left an indelible mark, a darkness I would carry forever. But amid the darkness, there was clarity. The whispering shadows had exposed truths I needed to face, parts of myself I had long denied. Their malevolence had forced me to confront my own inner demons and come to terms with my fractured soul. As I turned away from the mirror, a glimmer of resolve hardened within me. I couldn't change the past, nor erase the shadow's influence, but I could find a way to live with it. I could seek solace in understanding the darkness that dwelled within and use it to navigate the labyrinth of my life. The world continued moving, shadows cast by the sun and moon mere distortions, their whispers muted but never forgotten. I walked through my days with caution, aware that the shadows were part of me now, woven into the very fabric of my being. In every shadow, there was a fragment of the truth, and though it haunted me, it also grounded me, tethering me to a reality shaped by my sacrifices. The whispering shadows had revealed the darkest parts of my soul, and in embracing them, I found the strength to carry on, forever changed, forever vigilant.
In the dead of night, the whispers began again, chilling my spine and murmuring the unspeakable truths I had fought to forget. We made a pact, a foolish game with dire consequences, and now Nahamoth demands his due. It all started on a typical teenage sleepover in our friend Emily's dimly lit basement. We were a bunch of curious and excited teenagers, eager to explore the mysteries of the unknown. Emily, always the brave one, suggested we try the Ouija board she'd found in her grandmother's attic. At first, we laughed it off, but our intrigue got the better of us. The basement was cool and musty, filled with old boxes and forgotten relics of the past. Candles cast eerie shadows on the walls, flickering and dancing as we arranged ourselves around the board. I could feel the tension in the air as we held our breath, waiting for something, anything to happen. Emily placed the planchette in the center of the board, and we all put our fingers lightly on it. I remember her voice, steady and curious, asking if there was anyone there who wanted to speak with us. "Is there anyone here who wishes to speak with us?" Emily's voice died down to a whisper, eyes darting around the group. The planchette moved. We all froze, staring at it with wide eyes. E.S. Emily felt a chill run down her spine, but pressed on. "What's your name?" she asked, trying to keep her voice steady. "N-A-H-E-M-O-T-H. None of us knew what it meant. We shrugged, thinking it was just a prank, a trick of our minds, but the air turned heavy and a dark presence seemed to wrap around us. "What do you want from us?" Thomas asked, his voice tinged with skepticism but an underlying note of fear. The planchette stayed still for a moment, then moved slowly, almost reluctantly. T. We laughed nervously, misunderstanding the gravity of the situation. "How about a pact?" Emily suggested, grinning wide as if to downplay her own nervousness. "We must trust each other, no matter what." We each placed our hands over the planchette, making a pact to stick together, to trust each other in this mysterious spirit. It felt stupid and silly at the time, a harmless game among friends. Years passed and we drifted apart, the memory of that night fading into the background, until the whispers began. The shadows flitting at the edge of my vision, the cold spots that would appear out of nowhere. One night my phone rang, cutting through the silence of my apartment. It was Emily. Her voice was frantic, filled with an urgency that sent chills down my spine. "There's someone in my room, Sarah," she whispered, voice cracking. I saw. The line went dead. Panic surged through me as I dialed her number again and again, but there was no answer. The next morning, I drove to Emily's house, heart pounding in my chest. Her boyfriend answered the door, his face pale and eyes wide with terror. "She's gone," he said, barely able to meet my gaze. "Disappeared without a trace." The police found no clues, no signs of a struggle. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. The rest of the group tried to brush it off, but the unease grew stronger. Thomas was next. He'd I'd started hearing voices, whispering his name when no one was around. One evening, I visited Thomas. His room had turned into a chaotic mess of scattered occult books and hastily written notes. He looked at me, eyes wild with fear. "It's happening," he muttered. "Nahimoth, we're in danger, Sarah." Nahimoth, the name from that night, the pact. It all came flooding back. A few days later, Thomas too vanished without a trace, leaving behind cryptic messages scrawled on his walls. "It wants our trust. It's taking us." I was left alone, haunted by guilt and terror. The whispers grew louder, the shadows darker. My only thought was how to break free, to end this nightmare once and for all. I dove into the world of occult practices, desperate for answers, chasing ghosts and phantoms in a desperate hope of salvation. But the entity tightened its grip, its presence more oppressive with each passing day, driving me to the brink of madness. And now, as I sit here, the air growing unbearably cold, I realize the truth. I was never meant to survive. The pact, the damnable pact, cannot be broken. It lives on through the echoes of the damned, and I am its final torment. Then came the night I visited Thomas. I couldn't stand the mounting isolation and fear that clung to me like a second skin. Thomas's house was dark and foreboding, and his room was an even more disconcerting sight. Books on the occult, ancient tomes mixed with hastily scribbled notes, covered every surface. The air was thick with a festering anxiety, and Thomas's eyes were wild, reflecting a desperation that mirrored my own. "It's happening," he whispered, pacing around the room. "Nahimoth, we're in danger, Sarah." "Thomas, what are you talking about?" I tried to keep my voice steady, but fear made it tremble. "Nahimoth, the pact!" he exclaimed, gesturing frantically towards the notes on his wall. "We made a promise, we gave our trust, and it demands what we offered." I looked at the scattered notes, trying to piece together the horror they contained. "Thomas, we need to find a way to stop this. There must be something we can do." "I've been trying," he said, voice growing more frantic. "Rituals, incantations, anything to break the bond. But it's stronger than us. It's feeding off our fear." Thomas's desperation hit me like a punch in the guts. I knew he was right. The pact was consuming us. We hugged, a silent promise to keep fighting, until Thomas disappeared too. Days later, I returned to his empty, eerily quiet house. The walls of his room were covered in cryptic warnings. "Tear us, it wants our trust. It's taking us." I shuddered, feeling the weight of imminent doom. The nights that followed were filled with terror. I would wake up shivering, my room feeling like an icebox despite the warm season. Whispers grew louder, more menacing. "Esara," they called out, each syllable stretching time, each sound chilling my bones. I decided to seek help. I consulted books, sought guidance from self-proclaimed experts, performed cleansing rituals. One evening, I found myself in a secluded clearing in the woods, surrounded by protective symbols and candles. A ritual of banishment, my last hope. The night was pitch black, the forest silent save for the rustling leaves. With a trembling voice, I chanted ancient words, pleading for protection, for release from this relentless torment. "Abi soel vidi me," I pronounced, my voice echoing in the still air. "Afirem pete vivera te justo." For a moment, the air seemed to hold its breath. It was as if the forest itself paused, waiting for something to happen. But then an icy wind blew out the candles, plunging me into darkness. A mocking whisper followed, caressing my ear. "Ne'imoth," it hissed, sending shivers down my spine. The presence was stronger now, oppressive and inescapable. I knew then that my efforts were in vain. The pact was unbreakable. Desperate and defeated, I returned home, my hope extinguished like the candles in the forest. The whispers taunted me through the silence of my apartment. Shadows danced mockingly at the edges of my vision. I was ensnared, a prisoner of the very game I had thought was harmless. But giving up wasn't in me, not yet. I dove deeper into research, scouring libraries, desperate for any clue that could end my suffering. One evening, surrounded by dusty books in the occult section of the local library, I found a reference to Nahimoth, an old, malevolent entity that thrived on trust and fear. With each new revelation, the weight of our pact grew heavier. The entity wasn't merely haunting us, it was devouring our essence, growing stronger with each act of trust it consumed. Lightheaded and desperate, I clung to my consciousness, piecing together the last fragments of hope. My heart raced as I realized the true depth of our folly. The pact we thought was harmless had bound us to Nehemoth for eternity, an agreement that could not be undone. I returned home, feeling the walls of fate closing in around me, a silent specter awaiting its final conquest. The whispers and shadows were unrelenting. I could no longer distinguish between dream and reality. Desperation led me back to the library, and there, buried deep within the pages of an ancient tome, I found it. A detailed account of Nehemoth. The entity had existed for centuries, weaving through the lives of those foolish enough to summon it. My heart pounded as I absorbed the words, realizing the extent of our damnation. Nehemoth demanded trust. Our trust had fueled its power, and our fear had strengthened its hold. Understanding the true nature of the pact, I knew there was no easy escape, but I couldn't give up. I had to confront it directly, even if it meant facing the very essence of terror. I returned to my apartment, now a nexus of darkness, where Nehemoth seemed to dwell within the very walls. Determination steeled my resolve as I prepared for the final confrontation. The air grew thick and cold, and shadows lengthened unnaturally as I called out. Nehemoth, I whispered, my voice trembling with fear and defiance. The temperature plummeted, and the shadows coalesced into a form, vague yet terrifying. It loomed over me, a mass of darkness and malevolence. The air thrummed with an oppressive energy, and I felt my skin prickle with icy dread. "What do you want from us?" I demanded, my voice barely above a whisper. The reply came slow, a voice that felt ancient and cold. "Why or trust?" I shivered as the realization sank in. Trust was both its sustenance and its strength, the very core of the pact. Our trust had bound us, our fear had fed it. I had to sever this connection, to face Nehemoth without fear, without trust. Drawing a deep breath, I spoke again, words weighted with finality. "We gave you our trust once. Now, I take it back." For a moment, the room seemed to hold its breath. Nehemoth's form wavered, as if it were losing substance. I sensed its confusion, its anger, but the darkness around me surged, thick and impenetrable. Nehemoth's whisper grew louder, enveloping me. "Tol-8," it hissed. Cold dread washed over me as I began to understand. I couldn't undo what was already done. Memories of Emily and Thomas flooded my mind, their faces twisted with fear, their last moments tethered to this malevolent force. The pact was more than a promise. It was a binding contract, one that Nehemoth would ensure was fulfilled to the very end. I sank to my knees, the weight of the revelation too much to bear. My breath came in ragged gasps, each one filled with the realization of my impending fate. Nehemoth loomed closer, its presence an overwhelming darkness. In my last moment of clarity, I whispered a final warning into the void. "If you hear the name Nehemoth, don't respond, don't play, run." With that, the darkness enveloped me completely. Nehemoth's cold, ancient power seeped into my very being, a weight pulling me into the depths of despair and inescapable fate. The last thing I heard was the echo of my own voice in the chilling stillness. Nehemoth. And then silence. And
There is a fine line between reality and nightmare. One I crossed when I woke up in a town stripped of all sound, every corner oozing with an unearthly stillness. My name is Karen Miller, and this is the story of how I came to lose faith in the reality we take for granted. The day began like any other, mundane and exhaustingly routine. After a tedious day cataloging dusty books at the library, I was more than ready to crawl into bed and escape into sleep. As I drifted off, I couldn't have imagined the nightmarish world I would awaken to. When I opened my eyes, something was immediately off. The morning light filtered through my bedroom window, casting familiar shadows, yet the silence was suffocatingly thick. Rolling over, I noticed small, disconcerting changes. My bedside lamp was on the wrong side, my neatly stacked books were toppled over, and the usually loud hum of my heater was nowhere to be heard. "Michael?" My voice came out in a hollow whisper, but no reply came. My heart pounded as I slipped out of bed, feeling the weight of the silence pressing against my eardrums. I ventured out into the hallway, the air heavy and oppressive. Everything looked almost normal, yet something was deeply wrong. I got to the kitchen and found my morning coffee had already been brewed, steam rising from the pot without a sound. Stepping outside, the world fell into a disquieting tableau. My street was lined with familiar houses, but the windows seemed like vacant eyes staring back at me. Not a single sound punctuated the eerie stillness. Not the usual morning bird songs, not the distant hum of cars. Nothing. The trees swayed gently, but with no rustle of leaves to accompany them. "Hello," I called out, the desperation clear in my voice, but only the silent void answered back. I walked aimlessly through my neighborhood, a palpable sense of dread growing with each step. Then I saw them, the townspeople, moving through their routines with a disturbingly mechanical precision. Mrs. Thompson, usually chatty and warm, was tending her garden with vacant, emotionless eyes. Mr. Anders, normally gruff but affable, shuffled down his driveway like an automaton. "Hi, Mrs. Thompson," I waved, my hand trembling slightly. She turned her head slowly to face me, her eyes devoid of any recognition or warmth. Chills ran down my spine as she simply stared before resuming her task, utterly silent. Panicking, I rushed towards the town square, hoping to find someone, anyone, who could explain what was happening. That's when I noticed the watchers. They stood in front of the stores and main buildings, eyes dull yet piercing, following my every move. Their presence was overpowering, their silence a relentless assault on my sanity. In the town square, I attempted to speak to several people, but all I received were those same blank stares. I felt like a ghost, screaming into a deafening void where no one could hear me. Then I saw the library, its door ajar, beckoning me to enter. Swallowing my terror, I stepped inside. The air was thick with dust, books stacked haphazardly. It was there, among the neglected shelves, that I found an old, dog-eared journal lying open on the table. The pages were yellowed, the ink faded, but the words startled me into stark clarity. "Those who cross over shall never return." My heart thundered in my chest as I read the accounts of others who had found themselves in this mirror world, recounting tales of being observed by hollow-eyed figures and slowly losing themselves to the oppressive silence. As I closed the journal, I knew one thing with horrifying certainty. I had to escape this nightmarish version of my town. But first, I needed to understand it, understand the watchers and the silence that suffused every inch of this twisted reality. The suffocating dread threatened to swallow me whole, but I forced myself to remain focused. My first step was clear. Find anyone who could still speak, still remember, still fight against this silent town. Desperation gnawed at me as I made my way through the disconcertingly familiar streets. The silent watcher's relentless gaze bore into me, heightening my urgency. It wasn't long before I found myself gravitating toward my own house, or rather, the house that should have been mine. I approached it cautiously, each step feeling like a plunge into an icy abyss. My hand trembled as I turned the doorknob, pushing it open to reveal an interior that mirrored mine, but with subtle, jarring differences. And there she was, my doppelganger, sitting at the kitchen table, sipping on a cup of coffee. It was as if she had stepped out of my reality and slipped into this one effortlessly. Seeing her threw my mind into a whirlpool of confusion and fear. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice breaking the oppressive silence. "What is this place?" She looked up at me, and for a moment a flicker of understanding crossed her face. But then, just as quickly, her eyes became blank, and her expression matched the detached stillness of everyone else in this cursed town. The coffee cup clinked against the table without a sound as she continued her charade of normalcy. Anger and fear clashed within me, driving me out of the house and into the town square once more. There had to be a way out. I refused to believe that all hope was lost. Staring at the library, an idea took root, and I rushed back inside, fighting against the mounting sense of dread. Frantically searching through the shelves, I found another old, weathered journal. This one held more fragmented, desperate entries from those who had been trapped here. My heart sank as I read their words, each page dampened by hopelessness. But one entry caught my eye, a fleeting mention of a mirror, hidden and ancient, capable of bridging the gulf between realities. My hope was rekindled, a fragile, flickering light in the darkness. The mirror could be my way out. With renewed determination, I sought out the final pieces of this puzzle, skimming through entries that hinted and nudged towards its location. As I absorbed the journal's contents, I noticed a familiar name, Michael Thompson. Memories of our shared past flooded back, and I clung to the possibility that he might also be ensnared in this nightmare. If anyone else could understand and help me, it would be him. My focus shifted to finding Michael, and I retraced steps towards his old house. It was one of the few places that still felt like a sanctuary in this warped town. I hesitated on the porch, summoning the courage to knock. Uncertainty gnawed at me. What version of him would I find? When the door creaked open, my eyes met the familiar yet strained face of my childhood friend. His eyes held the weariness of someone caught in an unending storm, but they softened with recognition. "Michael, thank God," I whispered, relief washing over me. "You remember me, right?" His face flickered with confusion before clarity dawned in his eyes. "Karen? What's happening?" After explaining the bizarre situation, his bewilderment morphed into resolve. Together, we pored over the journal, piecing together bits of information about the Watchers and the arcane mirror. "I know where we might find it," Michael said, his voice firm. "There's an old, abandoned part of town. If the journal's right, the mirror should be there." As we prepared to leave, he handed me a flashlight and a small, pocket-sized weapon, more a reassurance than a real means of defense. With these meager tools, we set out into the heart of the silent town, each step heavy with the weight of impending discovery and danger. Reaching the old district was a descent into another layer of the nightmare. The buildings leaned precariously, windows shattered, and shadows seemed to reach for us. The Watchers intensified their scrutiny, making our every move feel like a transgression. Panic threatened to overtake us, but Michael's steady presence kept me grounded. We approached the abandoned building mentioned in the journal. It stood dilapidated yet imposing, its decayed facade concealing the secrets within. As we stepped inside, the air grew colder, and the silence became tangible, pressing down on us. Navigating the darkened corridors, we finally reached a room that held an ancient, ornate mirror. Its frame was wrought with intricate designs, almost mesmerizing. My heart pounded as I stood before it, the reflective surface offering a distorted image of myself. "This is it," Michael whispered. "This has to be the way out." The Watchers' presence loomed closer, their intent clear. They wanted to stop us, to keep us trapped in this lifeless husk of reality. Summoning every ounce of courage, I reached out and touched the mirror, hoping it would bridge the gulf between the worlds. My reflection rippled and contorted, the mirror's cold surface pulling at my very essence. Pain shot through me as reality twisted and warped. I clung to the hope of returning to my world, fighting against the darkness that sought to consume me. Suddenly, a final, overwhelming surge of agony coursed through my body, and everything went black. When I opened my eyes, I was back in my bedroom, the familiar surroundings feeling alien in their ordinariness. The silence that had been so oppressive in the alternate town now seemed to linger in my ears, a disturbing reminder of where I had been. I sat up, trying to shake off the sense of unease clinging to me. Everything in the room was as it should have been. My bedside lamp on the correct side, my books neatly stacked, but the air still felt heavy, almost damp with an unseen presence. I took a deep breath, hoping to dispel the feeling, and made my way to the kitchen. The sight of freshly brewed coffee brought a semblance of normalcy, though a nagging doubt lingered in the back of my mind. As I reached for the cup, I noticed my hands trembling slightly, a reflection of the inner turmoil I felt. The return to my reality was supposed to be a relief, yet something continued to gnaw at me. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to shift, whispering secrets that evaded my comprehension. Determined to reclaim my life, I ventured outside. The morning was crisp and cool, birds singing their usual songs, a stark contrast to the silence I had escaped. I was greeted by familiar faces, their expressions warm and lively. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that eyes were still watching me, evaluating my every move from the cover of darkness. I walked to Michael's house, needing the assurance of his presence. When he opened the door, his eyes met mine with a mixture of relief and concern. "You made it back," he said, pulling me into a tight embrace. "Yes, but it doesn't feel right," I whispered, my voice breaking slightly. We spent the morning recounting our experiences, trying to find solace in each other's company. However, the normalcy of his behavior only served to highlight the disquiet that had taken root within me. I couldn't shake the oppressive feeling, the lingering dread that clenched at my chest. It was that night when the true horror revealed itself. As I settled into bed, exhaustion pulling at my eyelids, I noticed the shadows in my room behaving strangely. They seemed to reach out, elongating and whispering in hushed, incomprehensible tones. My heart raced, cold sweat beating on my forehead as I turned on my bedside lamp. The shadows retreated, but the whispers remained, gnawing at the edge of my sanity. The watchers were still with me. Somehow, pieces of that twisted reality had followed me back, merging with my world. I lay there, paralyzed by the realization that escape was never truly an option. They had marked me, a part of me remaining tethered to the silent town. Michael came over the next morning, concern etched in his features. "You look like you haven't slept. What happened?" "The shadows," I said, my voice trembling. "They're here. The watchers, they followed me back." His face paled, the weight of our shared ordeal settling between us. We spent hours poring over the journals again, trying to find an explanation, a solution. But the truth was stark and unforgiving. I would never fully escape the silent town. Days turned into weeks, the oppressive presence of the watchers, an ever-present shadow in my life. The once comforting silence of my home now bore a sinister edge, each whisper a reminder of the alternate reality that had claimed a part of me. One night, as I lay in bed staring at the shifting shadows, I realized I had become a bridge between two worlds. The watchers were waiting, watching for the moment I would falter, waiting for me to slip back into their grasp. The line between my reality and the nightmare realm had blurred irrevocably. Sometimes, in the dead of night, when the whispers grew too loud to ignore, I stood before the mirror in my bedroom, half expecting its surface to ripple and pull me back into the silent void. The unyielding reflection stared back, a reminder that I was marked by the town, my reality forever tainted by its haunting presence. There is no escape from the silent town. It lingers in the shadows, whispers in the silence, waiting patiently for my return. And I know, deep down, that one day it will call me back.
Part 1. Echoes of Silence. Silence enveloped the town like a shroud, and with it came an unsettling truth. The world I woke up to was no longer my own. Alone in the stillness, I was about to uncover a nightmare beyond comprehension. The first thing that struck me was the silence. It wasn't the comforting, peaceful silence before dawn, but something far more intrusive and eerie. I sat up in bed, confusion seeping through my groggy mind. The usual morning symphony, birds chirping, cars rumbling in the distance, the hum of life, was conspicuously absent. I rubbed my eyes and glanced out the window. The familiar sight of Main Street was still there, but it seemed off. Trees swayed, leaves rustling in the early morning breeze, yet no sound accompanied their dance. My heart started to pound as I reluctantly pulled the covers off myself and placed my feet on the cold floor. A quick scan of my modest bedroom revealed nothing unusual. My scattered notebooks, the desk lamp, and the infinity symbol tattoo just visible on my wrist, all as they should be. I quickly dressed in my favorite pair of jeans, a fitted t-shirt, and threw on my leather jacket. Something was very wrong, and I was determined to find out what. Stepping outside, the quiet hit me like a brick. The wind kissed my cheeks but remained voiceless. I walked down the street, the sound of my sneakers hitting the pavement strangely muted. Eyes peered at me from behind curtains, and mechanical figures shuffled along, each ignoring the unsettling quiet. I reached the town square, my sanctuary since childhood, now wrapped in unnatural silence. Sitting by the fountain, I tried to process the world's oddity when something caught my eye. The town library door was ajar. My investigative instincts kicked in, and I headed towards it, the weight of the silence growing heavier with each step. As I pushed the door open, a chill ran down my spine. The library was dimly lit, its vast collection of books seemingly untouched. Dust particles floated in shafts of light, undisturbed and frozen in time. I walked between the towering shelves, my eyes scanning the seemingly endless rows when I noticed something peculiar. The books bore my name. Gripped by a mix of fear and curiosity, I pulled one out. The cover was blank, and the pages felt oddly warm. As I flipped through, my heart sank. These were my memories, intricately detailed, chronicling moments of my life that no one else could possibly know. My first day of kindergarten, the time I broke my arm climbing a tree, and even my darkest, most private thoughts laid bare in ink. I closed the book abruptly, my breathing ragged. With trembling hands, I returned the book to its place and reached for another. Same story, different details. Each book I pulled out was a mirror reflecting my life back at me. My sense of reality began to unravel as I felt a presence behind me. Turning swiftly, I found nothing but empty aisles. An unnatural chill ran down my spine, the silence now a living, breathing entity pressing down on me. With each step back towards the door, the sensation grew. I felt watched, scrutinized in ways I couldn't comprehend. As I exited the library, I spotted movement from the corner of my eye. There, at the edge of the park, stood Danny Hughes, his expressive blue eyes wide with confusion. He had been my rock since childhood, and seeing him now brought a sliver of hope. He looked as disoriented as I felt, and together we might find some answers. "Evelyn?" Danny's voice broke the silence, softer than usual, strained with fear. He approached cautiously, his sandy blonde hair tousled by the voiceless wind. "Danny, thank goodness," I replied, relief evident in my voice. "Do you hear it? The silence?" He nodded, a troubled expression crossing his face. "It's everywhere. Nothing makes a sound. I've tried speaking with people, but they just stare blankly." We stood together, our eyes scanning the hollow streets. "I found something in the library," I whispered, as if afraid to disturb the oppressive quiet. "Books. About every detail of my life written down." Danny's eyes narrowed, concern etched on his face. "That's impossible. Who could know all of that?" I shook my head, the cold tendrils of fear wrapping tighter around my heart. "I don't know, Danny, but we need to find out. This silence, it's not natural. Something is very, very wrong." Together, we started our search, the weight of the silent world pressing down on us with every step. We didn't know where to start, but the need to unravel the mystery drove us forward. In the eerie, soundless realm, Danny's presence was a lifeline, anchoring me to the fragments of normality. We ventured deeper into the forsaken town, each discovery pulling us further into the heart of the unsettling enigma that ensnared us. Little did we know, our exploration was only the beginning of a nightmare that would defy comprehension and test the very fabric of our sanity. Part 2. Echoes of silence. With Danny by my side, the weight of the silence felt slightly more bearable, though the oppressive quiet continued to gnaw at our sanity. We decided to head back to my place. It was the closest and perhaps might hold some clues. The journey there was surreal, each step a painful reminder of the unsettling world we were now trapped in. Inside my house, everything was as I left it, the pictures on the wall, the soft hum of the refrigerator. Only now, even that was gone. Danny slumped into a chair at the kitchen table, running a hand through his tousled hair. I rummaged through my things, looking for anything that might explain this nightmare. That's when it happened. As I glanced at the mirror in the hallway, my reflection did something it shouldn't have. It didn't follow my movements, it lagged behind, and then its eyes met mine with an eerie understanding. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. The doppelganger in the mirror smirked, a chilling, knowing expression that sent shivers down my spine. "Evelyn?" Danny's concerned voice brought me back. I tore my gaze away from the mirror and faced him, but the image of my sinister double was burned into my mind. "We have bigger problems," I whispered, my voice shaky. I think there's something in the mirror. It's like my reflection, but it's not me." Danny stood up, his expression serious. "Show me." I led him back to the hallway, pointing at the now empty mirror. The sinister smirk was gone, replaced by my usual, albeit terrified reflection. Danny watched closely, but nothing happened. He sighed, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. "Maybe we're just on edge," he suggested, trying to convince both of us. "This whole silence thing is messing with our heads." I wanted to believe that, but the memory of those cold, knowing eyes wouldn't leave. "Maybe," I muttered, unconvinced. "Let's keep looking." We decided to reach out for help. It was late afternoon, and we figured that Dr. Lila Whitmore might have some answers. She was an expert in the unexplained, a psychologist who also delved into the paranormal. Her office was on the other side of town. The journey there felt like walking through a deserted ghost town. When we arrived, Dr. Whitmore greeted us with a mix of relief and worry. Her office had been a sanctuary for troubled minds, but now it held a different kind of tension, the silent kind. She ushered us in, her face etched with concern. "Leela, something is terribly wrong," I started, recounting our experiences. She listened intently, her dark brown eyes never leaving mine. After I finished, she sat back, her expression thoughtful. "This silence, the reflections acting independently, it's as if something on the other side is manipulating reality," she said slowly. "Normal psychological principles may not apply here. We might be dealing with something supernatural." I glanced at Danny, who looked equally worried. "What do we do?" he asked, his voice steady but laced with fear. Dr. Whitmore leaned forward, her gaze serious. "We need to understand it first. The oppressive silence, the behavior of your reflection, they suggest an entity feeding off fear and despair. It's creating an alternate reality to trap us." The weight of her words sank in. We were indeed trapped, but now we had a sliver of understanding. The journey to this realization had been fraught with tension, but it armed us with knowledge, the first step in fighting back. We spent hours in her office, delving into research and discussing theories. The more we learned, the clearer it became that we were up against an insidious force that thrived on our deepest fears. Shadows seemed to grow longer, whispering cruel secrets that only we could hear. The atmosphere grew thicker with each passing minute, and the ever-present silence felt like a noose tightening around our necks. Returning to my house felt almost unbearable, but we knew we had to confront whatever was lurking there. Armed with Dr. Whitmore's insights, we entered with caution. My heart pounded in my chest as I approached the mirror once more. This time, I was prepared. Instead of mirroring my movements, my doppelganger stood still, watching me with those same malevolent eyes. Summoning every ounce of courage, I confronted it, my voice barely a whisper. "What do you want?" It smirked again, and suddenly the oppressive silence gave way to a voice in my mind, cruel and taunting. "You'll never escape. This world is mine now. You belong to it." Fear gripped me, but I fought to maintain control. "No, we don't. We will find a way out." Danny and Dr. Whitmore stood behind me, their presence a silent support. As the words left my mouth, the reflection's smirk faded, and for a moment it looked almost afraid. We had made our first stand against the malevolent force, but the battle was far from over. The silence might have surrounded us, but now we understood it. The oppressive quiet, the eerie reflections, they were tools of a dark entity that fed off our fear. We were determined to fight back, to unravel the mystery of this silent world and reclaim our reality. The path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty and terror, but together we braced ourselves for the trials to come. Part 3. Echoes of Silence. The decision to confront the force behind the silence grew clearer as the days wore on. Each moment was a stab of dread, each silence louder than any noise could ever be. Dr. F. Whitmore had pinpointed a decaying building at the edge of town, a place that seemed to pulse with a dark energy. The journey to the building was surreal, the oppressive quiet challenging our every step. Danny, Dr. Whitmore, and I stood before the crumbling structure, its facade twisted by time and malevolence. The air thrummed with dark potential. "We stick together," Danny said, his voice steady but eyes intense. I nodded, clutching a flashlight tightly. Dr. Whitmore led the way, her calm composure a stark contrast to the turmoil inside each of us. Inside, the building smelled of rot and decay, dark corners alive with whispers. My flashlight cast erratic shadows and the silence grew heavier. Every step echoed in my mind, amplifying the fear that had settled in my bones. We found ourselves at the core of the building, a large room with walls covered in unsettling symbols and dark reflections. My doppelganger stood at the center, waiting. It looked more real, more solid than ever, and behind it loomed an unseen presence, a palpable force that sucked the air out of the room. "So you finally came," the doppelganger sneered, its voice a twisted version of my own. "Ready to accept your fate?" "No," I replied, my voice stronger than I felt. "We're here to reclaim our reality." The room seemed to shudder with our defiance. Danny and Dr. Whitmore flanked me, their determination evident. The confrontation began with a clash of wills, the air thick with potent energy that crackled and sparked. "Stay back!" I shouted, advancing on my double. It mirrored my movements, but there was a flicker of fear in its eyes. The entity behind it roared silently, shadows coalescing and writhing angrily. The force pressed down on me, the weight of countless fears and despairs. memories, and regrets assaulted my mind, but I pushed through, focusing on one single thought: breaking free. The doppelganger laughed cruelly, but I stepped closer, its image wavering. "You are a puppet," I declared, "and we're cutting your strings." The entity's roar intensified, and for a moment, reality bent. Danny shouted something, but the words were lost in the silence. I felt a hand on my shoulder, Dr. Whitmore. She whispered something that cut through the chaos, grounding me. With a monumental effort, I reached out and touched the doppelganger. Its form rippled, and a horrifying realization settled in. It was as terrified as we were. The oppressive silence shattered with a scream that tore through my mind, the doppelganger's resistance crumbling. Darkness surged, and I was engulfed in a battle of wills, fighting the entity's grip on my soul. Visions of despair, of lives lost in fear, bombarded me, but a flicker of hope, the faces of Danny and Dr. Whitmore, guided me. With a final desperate push, I shattered the hold. The doppelganger screamed, its visage splitting and dissolving into nothingness. The force retreated, the darkness fading. I collapsed, the silence lifting, replaced by the faint sounds of the world returning. As I lay on the cold floor, reality began to solidify. Danny's voice broke through the haze, warm and urgent. "Evelyn, Evelyn, are you okay?" I managed to nod, feeling the oppressive weight lift. Dr. Whitmore's hand tightened around mine, a silent promise of survival. We stumbled out of the building, the bleak gray of dawn stretching before us. The silence had lost its edge, replaced by a gentle hum of life. Relief mingled with exhaustion as we made our way back to town. But as we approached, something felt off. The whispering shadows seemed to linger, a constant reminder of the battle we had fought. Whispers of fear and despair danced in the corners of my mind, a permanent scar from the encounter. We had escaped, but the victory was bittersweet. The realization settled heavily. I was changed. We were all changed. The world we returned to was no longer the one we left, and the darkness we faced had left its mark. In the days that followed, life tried to pick up where it left off. Danny's presence was a constant reassurance, his loyalty unshaken. Dr. Whitmore's insights became invaluable, guiding us through the aftermath of our ordeal. But every now and then, in a fleeting reflection or a brief moment of silence, I could feel it. The eyes watching, the whispers waiting. We had broken free from the silent world, but its echoes haunted us still. Reality had shifted, leaving an indelible mark. We would live with the knowledge and the scars, forever vigilant against the quiet places where shadows whispered and silence waited. Everyone warned me about the dangers of online dating, but I never imagined it would lead to a twisted game of cat and mouse with a man who knew my every move. It all started innocently enough. I was fresh out of a rough breakup, grappling with loneliness and a gnawing sense of emptiness. Friends suggested Tinder as a way to move on, so with a hopeful heart and a touch of trepidation, I created a profile. I quickly found myself swiping through faces, hoping to find a spark. And then, there he was, Nathan. Nathan's profile was magnetic. His photos exuded a warmth that drew me in, and his bio was filled with thoughtful quotes from books we both loved. We matched almost instantly, and within moments, a message from him popped up. "Hey Emma, I see you're a fellow Vonnegut fan. What's your favorite book by him?" His question felt genuine, unlike the usual pickup lines or lazy greetings. Conversation flowed effortlessly. We talked about everything: music, movies, childhood memories, and our dreams for the future. Nathan was a refreshing change from my ex. He was attentive, funny, and seemed genuinely interested in me. Our text exchanges gradually transitioned to late-night phone calls. Nathan's voice was soft, reassuring, and every laugh felt like a warm embrace. Though his camera was supposedly broken, he sent voice notes and pictures from various adventures. I felt an undeniable connection, a bond that felt almost too good to be true. Weeks passed in a blissful haze of virtual companionship. Finally, the day came when we decided to meet in person. Nathan suggested a quaint coffee shop in a small town, a 3-hour drive from my place. The thought of meeting him face to face filled me with a mixture of excitement and nervousness. The morning of our meeting, I found myself driving through scenic backroads framed by autumn's vibrant hues. The beauty of the route did little to calm my nerves. My mind raced with scenarios, some delightful, others riddled with anxiety. By the time I reached the small town, my heart was pounding with anticipation. The coffee shop was just as Nathan had described, a cozy nook with rustic charm. I walked in and chose a seat by the window, watching the entrance, my eyes scanning every face that walked in. Minutes turned into an hour, and my phone buzzed with a message from Nathan apologizing for being late. As I waited, a barista with curly black hair and kind eyes approached me with a steaming cup of coffee. She smiled warmly before walking away, but a few minutes later, she returned, slipping a folded note onto my table. "Get out, now." Confusion gripped me. I looked around, but nothing seemed out of place. The barista's eyes were wide with what looked like fear or urgency. My pulse quickened, and I cautiously stood up, slipping the note into my pocket. I stepped outside, scanning the parking lot. Then I saw him, a man leaning against my car, much older and more menacing than the Nathan I had imagined. His eyes locked onto mine, his grin unsettling. "Emma, it's so nice to finally meet you," he said, his voice dripping with malice. "Why don't you come over here?" My heart raced as cold fear washed over me. Using a rush of adrenaline, I turned on my heel and sprinted back to the coffee shop, desperately hoping for safety. I threw myself at the coffee shop door, only to find it locked. Panic surged through me as I pounded on the glass, hoping someone would hear. The older man's footsteps echoed behind me, each step a harbinger of doom. Suddenly, the door clicked open and the barista pulled me inside, locking it behind me. She led me to a back room, her grip firm but reassuring. My breath came in gasps as I tried to process what was happening. "I saw you waiting and recognized the signs," she said, her voice low and urgent. "You're not the first woman to come in here expecting to meet Nathan. My name's Mia, by the way." My mind reeled as I tried to wrap my head around her words. Recognize the signs? What signs? Women come here waiting for a guy named Nathan. They describe him as charming, kind, perfect. But Nathan doesn't exist. That man out there? He's been doing this for a while, luring women to this place, and they never come back. My heart hammered in my chest. "How do you know all this?" Mia glanced towards the door, her eyes filled with a mix of fear and determination. "A friend of mine disappeared last year. She was supposed to meet a guy named Nathan. After that, I've kept my eyes open. When I saw you waiting, I knew I had to act." The reality of my situation hit me like a truck. Just a moment ago, I was hopeful, excited to meet someone I felt a real connection with. Now, I was fighting to comprehend that I had narrowly escaped a horrendous fate. "We need to call the police," Mia said, pulling out her phone. As she dialed, I noticed the older man still lurking outside, his eyes scanning the windows. My phone vibrated in my pocket, another message from Nathan. "You're lucky this time, but there's always a next." A shiver ran down my spine. Mia was talking to the dispatcher, giving them all the details. I listened, my brain struggling to catch up with the flood of information. The police would take a while to get there, but at least help was on the way. "Are you okay?" Mia asked, her eyes filled with concern. I nodded, though I felt anything but okay. As we waited, Mia shared more about the disappearances, painting a picture of a predator who used charm and psychological manipulation to lure his prey. The more she talked, the more I realized how close I had come to becoming another victim. When the police finally arrived, they searched the area but found no sign of the man who posed as Nathan. They took our statements, promising to investigate further. Despite their assurances, a part of me knew that the true Nathan was still out there, watching. As I was escorted to the safety of a police car, Mia's words echoed in my mind. Nathan didn't exist, but the danger was all too real. This experience had shaken me to my core, and I knew life would never be the same. As I sat in the back room, my phone buzzed again. Hesitation gripped me, but I forced myself to look. The message was from Nathan. "You can't hide forever, Emma. I know where you are." My blood ran cold. Mia saw my reaction and came closer. "What did he say?" I showed her the message, and she frowned, thinking quickly. "We need to notify the police. It shows he's watching, but doesn't mean he'll act with them around." The officers took the new information seriously, suggesting that Mia and I remain in the back room while they secured the area. I watched out of the corner of my eye as they combed through the cafe and surrounding streets. I felt trapped, suffocated by the walls around me and the lingering dread that Nathan's eyes were still on me. Eventually, an officer returned and reassured us. We couldn't find him, but we'll keep an ongoing investigation. We'll escort you home and place patrols around your neighborhood. Mia's presence beside me was a comfort, her determined gaze never wavering. "You're not alone in this, Emma," she said firmly. "We'll get through it." The drive back home was cloaked in a tense silence, my eyes constantly scanning the roads and alleys for any sign of danger. Once back at my apartment, the police did a thorough check before deeming it safe. Every creak of my apartment seemed louder, every shadow larger. I added more locks to my doors and windows, hoping they could keep out the creeping fear. But the night brought no solace. Memories of Nathan's messages and the older man's sinister smile haunted me. The following weeks were a blur of hypervigilance and paranoia. The area was patrolled, and interactions with the police became routine. Yet the feeling of being watched never left. Each day I checked my surroundings meticulously, never knowing which step would bring me back to that moment in the coffee shop. One night, a final note appeared at my doorstep, anonymous, unsigned. "You're safe for now, but I'm always watching." I shuddered, knowing I would never truly feel secure again. But through this ordeal, Mia became more than just a barista. She became a friend, a lifeline. We kept in touch, our shared experience forging an unbreakable bond. Emma Thompson was no longer the naive woman who sought solace in online dating. I emerged from the nightmare more guarded and cautious, forever scarred by Nathan's ghostly presence. As weeks turned into months, the police never found him. The memory of almost becoming another statistic hung over my existence, reminding me every day of the thin line between safety and peril. Nathan's shadow would always be there, lurking, a constant reminder of the horror that began with a single swipe on Tinder.
Alone in the dead of night, a Walmart night shift turns from routine to an entangling web of shadows, whispering secrets of those hidden within its walls. What started as another shift, blending into the countless ones before, quickly descended into a night I'd never forget. The night the silence spoke back. It was just past 2 a.m. when the eeriness of the sprawling store began to seep beneath my skin. With only the hum of the fluorescent lights for company, I found myself longing for the mundane complaints of customers or the incessant beeping of the checkout scanners. Anything to drown out the oppressive silence. Roger, my only coworker, had wandered off to restock the electronics section, leaving me to contend with aisle 7's toiletries alone. Every footstep echoed off the linoleum, a stark reminder of the cavernous emptiness surrounding me. I remember sighing, the breath fogging in the cool air, thinking how the graveyard shift at Walmart could make one drearily philosophical. That's when I first heard it, a whisper, so soft it might have been carried by the wind, had there been any. But there wasn't. The air was still, and the whisper carried my name, Anna, on a breath that sent shivers cascading down my spine. I spun around, my heart hammering against my ribcage, expecting to confront a prankster hiding among the aisles. But there was only the long stretch of empty shelves, bathed in the sterile glow of fluorescent light. I convinced myself it was my imagination, a trick of the mind conjured by fatigue. But as I continued my tasks, the feeling of being watched encroached upon every moment. Shadows seemed to flicker at the edge of my vision, and the back of my neck prickled with unease. Determined to shake off the growing dread, I ventured toward the warehouse section to retrieve a box of surplus stock. The vast, shadowed space behind the store was even less welcoming in the dark hours of the night. It was there, amidst the towering racks of unsorted merchandise, that I felt the unmistakable sensation of not being alone. A sound, distinct from the general ambient noise, had me freeze mid-step, a scraping like the shuffling of feet. My heart raced, and my breath hitched as I dared not even blink. Tilting my head slightly, I strained my eyes in the dimness. And then, for a fleeting moment, I caught it. A movement in the corner of my eye, a shadow that seemed to slink away into the depths of the warehouse. Panic twisted in my gut, yet a part of me rebelled against the fear, rationalizing it as sheer tiredness. I forced myself to move, grabbing the stock with trembling hands and retreating quickly back to the well-lit safety of the store. But as I emerged from the warehouse, Roger's words from an earlier conversation echoed ominously in my mind. You know, they say Walmarts have more than just lost souls wandering their aisles at night. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever lurked in the shadows was not just a figment of my exhausted imagination, but something or someone sinister, watching, waiting. I tried to dismiss the feeling of unease as I continued my night's work, convincing myself that the shadows hiding in the periphery of my vision were just that, shadows, nothing more. Yet curiosity and a growing sense of dread propelled me to investigate further. My discovery behind the gardening section was not something I could have prepared for. Hidden away, beyond pallets of unsold plants and garden ornaments, was a door I had never noticed before. It was small, almost too easy to miss unless you were looking for it, tucked away behind a rack of fertilizers. The lock looked recently tampered with, a detail that chilled me to the bone. As I pushed the door open, the hinge let out a soft groan, revealing a cramped space filled with personal belongings. A stained mattress, a heap of old clothes, and cans of food scattered around. It was clear someone had been living here, within the walls of Walmart, unseen by the hundreds of shoppers and employees who passed by daily. My heart pounded in my chest as I processed the implications. Someone was here, sharing the store with us in secret. A squatter, perhaps, or something far more unsettling, a stalker calling this hidden nook their home. Panic knotted in my stomach when I thought of the whispered name and the fleeting shadows. Were they all connected to this hidden resident? I intended to leave, to report my findings to Roger, or even the manager, when the lights throughout the store suddenly flicked off. Total darkness enveloped me, the sudden blackout snatching away my sight. My phone's flashlight became my only source of illumination, casting long, ominous shadows across the endless aisles. I was trapped, with the knowledge of not being alone gnawing at the edges of my mind. Footsteps, deliberate and slow, echoed through the darkened store. They were too close, coming from the end of the aisle I was in. Panic gripped me, urging my legs to move, to run from the looming threat that stalked the blackened corridors of the store. I navigated through the aisles, desperately trying to put distance between myself and whoever, or whatever, was sharing the darkness with me. It was in the security office, the door fortuitously unlocked, where I sought refuge. The monitors glowed in the dim room, the CCTV feed a mosaic of empty, darkened aisles. With trembling fingers, I switched the feeds, searching for any sign of movement, for evidence to confirm I wasn't losing my mind. What I found was far more horrifying, a figure, caught on camera, darting between the aisles. But it was the final frame, frozen on the screen, that turned my blood cold. There, in grainy black and white, was the stark image of the tormentor, pausing as if looking directly at the camera, at me. The worn remnant of a Walmart uniform hung from his gaunt frame, his face obscured in shadow. The tormentor was real, a former employee turned sinister stalker, living within the store's hidden recesses. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. Every misplaced item, the whispered name, and the fleeing shadows were his doing, all pieces of a terrifying puzzle that I was now a part of. My mind raced for a solution, for any way to outsmart and escape the captor who knew this store and its secrets better than I ever could. My breaths, ragged and fear-sharpened, filled the small security office as I weighed my options. Dawn was still hours away, and with the store's power out, my options were severely limited. Yet, as terror threatened to overwhelm me, a flicker of resolve steadied my trembling hands. I wasn't going down without a fight. Using my knowledge of the store layout, I crafted a plan to escape. I knew the tormentor, lurking in the shadows, was familiar with the store's aisles and hidden spaces, but I hoped the element of unpredictability would be on my side. Edging out of the security office, my phone's flashlight cutting a swath through the darkness, I moved with as much silence as a deer skirting a predator's territory. The store had transformed into a labyrinthine trap. Aisles I had walked hundreds of times now twisted into unfamiliar territory by the cloak of darkness. Yet, as I neared the main entrance, a glimmer of hope began to grow in my chest, a hope that was almost snuffed out when I saw him. The tormentor stood between me and my freedom. his silhouette a dark blot against the faint pre-dawn gray seeping through the entrance's glass doors. His movements were deliberate, a hunter's dance. Panic urged me to flee, but determination rooted me to the spot. This was the culmination of the night's terror, a showdown I hadn't asked for but was forced to confront. Then, an idea sparked within me, as desperate as it was dangerous. I hurled my phone to the side, the flashlight's beam casting errant shadows as it clattered across the floor. As the tormentor turned towards the sound, I bolted. My legs, fueled by adrenaline, carried me past him, my focus singular, reach the doors, break through to the outside. The air of freedom that greeted me was the sweetest I'd ever tasted. Dawn broke, a sliver of light banishing the hot night's horrors as I stumbled into the parking lot, the store's glass doors a barrier between me and the nightmare I'd escaped. Sirens in the distance heralded the arrival of the police, a sound that had never been more welcome. As I recounted my ordeal, with Roger by my side lending his support, the police took notes, their expressions a mix of disbelief and grave concern. The day bled into morning, the rising sun casting long shadows that seemed far less menacing in the light of day. The store would reopen, its doors welcoming customers unaware of the night's terrors. But for me, Walmart would forever hold a different meaning, a place where shadows lived and where fear had a face. As I walked away, the weight of my experiences hung heavy on my shoulders, a reminder of the night I faced my deepest fears. And though the tormentor was caught, his motives laid bare in the stark light of interrogation. The scars he left behind were not so easily explained away. They whispered of the darkness that lurks in familiar places, of the unseen dangers hidden in plain sight. I was changed, marked by the ordeal, but I emerged resilient, a survivor of a night when Walmart's shadows reached out to claim me as their own. I never thought a single swipe right could lead to such terror, but the moment I saw my front door ajar, I knew my life had changed forever. Mike's voice echoed in my mind. "I'm always watching, remember?" The city lights shimmered as I strolled down the sidewalk, the crisp evening air filling me with anticipation. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A message from Mike. "Can't wait to finally meet you. See you at the rooftop bar." I couldn't help but smile. After weeks of flirty messages and late-night phone calls, meeting Mike in person felt like the logical next step. His profile had portrayed him as a charming and adventurous tech expert, his photos filled with mountain hikes, beach trips, and candid shots with friends. I pushed through the double doors of the bar and took the elevator to the top floor. When the doors opened, the bustling sound of chatter and laughter greeted me. The rooftop bar was stunning, with a panoramic view of the city bathed in twilight. And there he was. Mike stood near the bar, sipping on a drink, his posture confident and composed. His eyes scanned the room until they landed on me. He smiled, a genuine warm smile that made my heart skip a beat. "Claire?" he called, stepping forward. "Mike," I replied, my voice a mixture of excitement and nerves. He leaned in for a hug, his cologne crisp and inviting. "It's so good to finally meet you in person." We found a cozy spot by the edge of the rooftop, the city's skyline providing a breathtaking backdrop. Conversations flowed effortlessly. Mike was even more charismatic in person, his stories filled with humor and charm. His blue eyes were captivating, and I found myself lost in them as he spoke. "Claire, it's really nice to finally meet you. Makes it worth all the effort to get here," he said, his eyes twinkling. I brushed off the comment, attributing it to him being nervous or simply trying to impress me. The evening was magical, and I felt like I was in a romantic movie scene. Days turned into weeks, and Mike and I continued to see each other. He was attentive, always sending thoughtful messages and gifts. One evening, I came home to find a bouquet of flowers on my doorstep. The card read, "Just because you're amazing, Mike." I felt a blend of flattery and slight unease. Sure, it was sweet, but how did he know my address? I shook off the feeling, thinking he might have inferred it from our conversations. As the days progressed, I started noticing other peculiarities. I would receive Snapchat notifications indicating someone nearby had viewed my stories. At first, I thought it was a coincidence, but when it began happening frequently, my nerves grew taut. One evening, as I was texting Mike about my day, he replied with a complete playlist on Spotify, filled with songs we had discussed. It seemed thoughtful, but oddly meticulous. My unease was growing, but his charm and attentiveness made it easy to dismiss the discomfort. After all, who wouldn't want someone who remembered the little things? One night, I returned home late from work. As I reached my apartment door, my heart nearly stopped. The door was slightly ajar. I stood frozen, a chilling fear creeping up my spine. I pushed the door open with trembling hands, scanning my apartment for any signs of intrusion. Everything seemed in place, but when I reached the living room, a gasp escaped my lips. The picture frame with a photo of my parents was lying face down on the table. My mind raced. Had I left it like that in the morning? No, I was certain I hadn't. Shaken, I fumbled for my phone and dialed Mike. His voice on the other end was unnervingly calm when he answered. "Claire, what's wrong?" My door was open, and someone flipped a photo of my parents," I stammered. "Don't worry," he soothed. "I'm always watching, remember?" The calmness in his voice turned my fear into a cold, hard knot in my stomach. "Mike, what do you mean by that?" I demanded. "Just that I care about you," he replied nonchalantly. "I always want to make sure you're safe." I hung up, my mind racing with paranoia. Mike's charm now felt like a mask hiding something far more sinister. That night, sleep eluded me. Every creak, every shadow became Mike's presence in my mind. As I lay in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that the nightmare was just beginning. The days that followed were filled with unease. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. My phone buzzed relentlessly with notifications. Snapchat, Instagram, even Facebook. The same notification, "Mike Thompson viewed your story." It was as if he was everywhere, a constant shadow creeping into every aspect of my life. Walking through the city became an exercise in paranoia. I would catch glimpses of figures in the corner of my eye, Mike's piercing blue eyes haunting me in reflections in windows. I began to feel like a prisoner in my own life, unable to escape his omnipresent gaze. One afternoon, I was at my favorite cafe, attempting to lose myself in a book. My phone buzzed, and I glanced down to see another message from Mike. "You look beautiful today. Enjoying your coffee?" My heart skipped a beat, and I scanned the cafe, searching for him. There he was, sitting discreetly in the corner, a smile playing on his lips. The casual observer wouldn't have noticed him, but to me, his presence was suffocating. He raised his coffee cup in a mock toast, and I bolted, leaving my book behind. I ran all the way to Mia's apartment at my safe haven in the storm. Mia opened the door, her expression turning serious the moment she saw my face. "Claire, what happened? You look like you've seen a ghost." I burst into tears, recounting everything from the flowers to the Snapchat notifications and the terrifying encounter at the cafe. Mia listened intently, her eyes darkening with concern. "He was at the cafe, Mia, watching me. He knew I was there," I sobbed. Mia's face hardened with determination. "That's it. We need to go to the police. He's crossed the line from creepy to dangerous." We spent the evening gathering every piece of evidence we could. Screenshots, messages, photos. Mia was thorough and methodical, knowing we had to present a compelling case. The next morning, we walked into the police station, armed with our compiled evidence. But the officer behind the desk barely glanced at it before dismissing us. "There's not enough here to warrant a formal investigation. He hasn't done anything overtly threatening," the officer said, shrugging. Frustration and fear battled within me. "But he's stalking me. He's been in my apartment." Without solid proof, the officer was indifferent. We left the station, my fear now mingling with a sense of helplessness. That night, I huddled with Mia at her apartment, devising a plan. "We need more concrete evidence. Maybe catch him in the act," Mia suggested. Desperation clawed at me. How do we do that without putting ourselves in even more danger? Mia sighed, her brow furrowed in thought. "He's been following you, watching you. Maybe we can set a trap." I nodded, fear tightening my chest, but knowing we had no other choice. We spent the next few days meticulously planning, setting up cameras around my apartment and tracking Mike's patterns. Then came the night we decided to deploy our plan. I stayed at Mia's apartment, monitoring the live feed from the cameras we had set up. The hours dragged on, each minute feeling like an eternity. Suddenly, movement on the screen caught my eye. A figure was at my door, fiddling with the lock. My breath hitched. Mia, he's there. In anticipation, we watched as Mike entered my apartment, moving through the rooms with eerie familiarity. He paused in the living room, staring at the photo frame he had upturned before. The sight of him invading my space sent a shiver down my spine. "Got him," Mia whispered. "We need to call the cops now." We scrambled, dialing the police and relaying what was happening in real time. To our relief, they took the call seriously this time and assured us they were sending officers immediately. We waited, hearts pounding, as the police arrived at my apartment, catching Mike red-handed. As they dragged him away, he locked eyes with the camera, a twisted smile spreading across his face. I exhaled, a sense of triumph mixed with lingering terror. "It's not over, Claire," Mia said, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. "But at least it's a start." That night, as I lay in Mia's guest room, I replayed the events in my mind, knowing that while we might have won this battle, the war was far from over. Mike's presence would haunt me, a constant reminder of the fine line between charm and terror. The confrontation with Mike left me rattled, but a small part of me hoped it was finally over. However, the deep-rooted fear lingered. I had to reclaim my life, starting with moving out of my apartment. I stayed with Mia for a few days while I found a new place and upgraded my personal security. One evening, a month after Mike's arrest, I decided to return to the rooftop bar. I needed to confront my fears, to strip that place of its power over me. Mia insisted on coming with me, her presence a comforting anchor. As we arrived, the familiar sights and sounds of the city greeted us, but the place felt different, less magical, more sinister. We took a table in the far corner where I could see the entire room. Mia ordered drinks, her eyes scanning the bar with a protective vigilance. "Claire, you need to rebuild your life. Start with small steps," she encouraged. I nodded, trying to absorb her advice. We talked, laughed, and for the first time in weeks, I began to feel a semblance of normalcy. But then I saw it, a man at the other end of the bar, staring intently in our direction. My heart lurched, my breath catching in my throat. He wore a baseball cap pulled low over his face, but the intensity of his gaze was unmistakable. "Mia, look," I whispered, pointing subtly. She turned, her eyes narrowing. "Stay calm. Let's see what he does." The man continued to watch, and as he started to move toward us, panic surged through me. Images of Mike flashed in my mind, and the fear of being cornered returned. Just then, Mia stood up, blocking his path. "Can I help you?" she demanded, her tone fierce. The man hesitated, looked taken aback, then mumbled an apology. "Sorry, thought you were someone else," he stammered before retreating hastily to the exit. My pulse raced, a bitter mix of relief and lingering dread. "Claire, it's okay. He's gone," Mia assured me, squeezing my hand. Time passed, and I moved into a new apartment, equipped with advanced security systems and cameras. The nightmares persisted, but therapy sessions provided some relief. I was learning to live with the scars, visible and invisible, that Mike had left. Mia remained a steadfast pillar of support, helping me integrate back into a semblance of normal life. We celebrated small victories, returning to favorite cafes, regaining routines, and even considering the idea of dating again, albeit with much caution. One evening, as I settled into my new apartment, feeling a rare sense of calm, my phone buzzed. It was a notification. An unknown number had sent a photo. My gut tightened as I opened it. The photo was of me, sitting in my living room, taken from outside my window. My vision blurred, and the room spun. The nightmare wasn't over. Mike's chilling words echoed once again. "I'm always watching, remember." I dialed Mia immediately, my voice trembling. "Mia, it's happening again. He found me." She rushed over, and we called the authorities, explaining the new development. They assured us they'd increase patrols in my area and advised me to stay somewhere safe for the time being. As Mia and I packed a few essentials for me to stay at her place, I couldn't shake the feeling of being hunted. Every step felt heavy with the weight of Mike's invisible presence. Returning to Mia's apartment, I sat down, trying to breathe through the panic. The walls seemed to close in on me. How could he always be one step ahead? "Mia, what if it never ends? What if he's always there?" I whispered, tears streaming down my face. Mia knelt in front of me, her eyes fierce. "We will not let him win, Claire. We'll keep fighting, keep living our lives. You're stronger than you think." Her words wrapped around me like a shield, and for a moment, I believed her. We would keep going, keep fighting the darkness Mike brought into my life. The terror he inflicted would not define me. But as I lay in bed that night, the anonymous photo haunting me, I knew my battle was far from over. Mike was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And I would have to be ready, always watching, just as he was.
Every time I close my eyes, I can still hear my son's laughter echoing from somewhere deep within the aisles of that cursed Walmart. A sound that has become my every waking nightmare. It started as an ordinary evening, a simple errand transformed into an ordeal that would haunt me for the rest of my life. I wish I could tell you that what happened to Alex, to all of us that night, was just a bad dream or a figment of my overworked imagination, but the truth is far more chilling, ensnared within the mundane confines of a place as familiar as your local superstore. My name is David Miller, and until that night I was just a regular guy, an electrician by trade, a divorced dad trying his best. I stand over 6 feet tall, but that night I felt small, dwarfed by towering shelves and endless aisles that seemed to mock my desperation with their normalcy. My usually comfortable jeans and simple t-shirt felt like a thin shield against an ever-growing dread. It was Alex who wanted to go. His bright brown eyes, so much like his mother's, lit up at the thought of replacing his broken action figure with a new one. "Just you and me, Dad," he had said, his grin infectious. How could I say no to that? I remember the buzz of the fluorescent lights overhead, casting stark shadows on the linoleum floors. Alex tugged on my hand, pulling me towards the toy aisle, his small frame bobbing through the crowd. I glanced down at my phone, a mere second, chiding myself for letting work interrupt our time together. When I looked up, Alex was gone. Panic clawed its way up my throat, my heart pounding against my ribs as I called out his name, pushing past indifferent shoppers who couldn't understand the sudden fear that consumed me. The indifference of the staff twisted my insides, their blank stares offering no comfort as they claimed they hadn't seen him. Desperation led me to the security office, my stomach in knots as the off-duty cop on duty fiddled with the controls of the surveillance system. The grainy footage showed Alex, animated and alive, darting towards the toy aisle, only to disappear off-screen, leaving no clue, no direction to follow. My mind raced with horrifying possibilities as the clock ticked on, each passing moment a stark reminder of my failure to protect him. As the last of the Walmart staff began to shuffle out, their shifts ending in the dead of night, I hid in the shadows, my heart heavy with a dread I couldn't shake. The plan was simple: stay behind, search every inch of the store until I found Alex. The police hadn't been helpful, their protocol requiring a waiting period I refused to accept. So there I was, alone, in a place that now seemed as foreign and menacing as a dark forest. That's when I met Henry. He emerged from the dimly lit corridors like a specter, his janitorial uniform hanging loosely on his frail frame. His eyes, deep-set and weary, locked onto mine with an intensity that made me pause. "You won't find him by searching the usual places," he said, his voice a low whisper that carried a weight of unspoken sorrow. I didn't understand at first. Henry described a side of Walmart I never knew existed, hidden corridors and forgotten storage areas that lay beneath the bustling store. He spoke of others who had vanished before Alex, whispers of lost souls that few dared to speak of. His tale seemed as unbelievable as it was terrifying, but desperation led me to lend credence to his words. Guided by Henry's instructions, I found an unmarked door tucked away behind stacks of unsold holiday decorations. The lock gave way under the pressure of my makeshift tools, revealing a stairwell that descended into darkness. The air was cooler here, laced with the scent of damp and decay. Every instinct screamed to turn back, to flee the growing unease that gnawed at my insides. But the thought of Alex, somewhere beyond the veil of shadows, pushed me forward. I descended into the belly of the Walmart, my flashlight cutting through the darkness, illuminating long-forgotten aisles filled with merchandise that never made it to the surface. Dust-covered toys long out of fashion watched from their perches as I passed, a silent audience to my torment. The deeper I went, the more the reality of the place twisted. Walls bore the marks of hasty construction, spaces that didn't align with the architectural logic of the world above. I stumbled upon a room, its door ajar, revealing a scene that sent shivers down my spine. Rows upon rows of children's clothing, some aged and moth-eaten, others as pristine as the day they were sewn, each piece tagged with names and dates stretching back decades. In the center of the room, a circle of salt encompassed an array of toys, their arrangement deliberate and unsettling. A chill ran through me as I realized I wasn't merely in a lost section of Walmart, but standing at the heart of a mystery that defied explanation, a curse that Henry had hinted at, but I had yet to fully understand. As I turned to leave, a faint sound caught my attention, the distant echo of laughter, mingling with a cold draft that breathed through the cracks in the walls. It was a sound out of place, yet eerily familiar. A child's laughter, joyous and uninhibited. Alex's laughter. Driven by a newfound determination, I followed the sound, each step taking me further from the world I knew and deeper into a nightmare I was only beginning to comprehend. The laughter guided me, a beacon in the suffocating darkness, leading me through twisted corridors until I found myself in a cavernous space unlike any part of the Walmart I knew. The air here was thick, charged with a palpable energy that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. In the center of the room stood an altar of sorts, an ancient, dust-covered register surrounded by items that seemed to pulsate with an ethereal glow. Henry's words echoed in my mind, the ritual he had described with a solemnity that now made my heart race. I had to break the curse, to free Alex and the spirits of the children bound to this place. The cost was steep, a piece of my soul, an offering of love and desperation. With trembling hands, I placed Alex's favorite toy, the action figure we had come to replace, atop the altar. The room hummed, a sound that vibrated through my bones as I began to recite the words Henry had imparted upon me. Time lost its meaning as I spoke, the darkness deepening, swallowing the light from my flashlight. Shadows danced at the edge of my vision, forms both curious and malevolent, gathering to witness the culmination of decades of sorrow and loss. As the final words left my lips, a piercing cry shattered the silence, a sound of anguish and release that brought me to my knees. When the world righted itself, I found Alex standing before me, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and wonder. Tears blurred my vision as I pulled him into my arms, his presence a balm to the aching hole his absence had carved in my heart. "We have to leave now," I rasped, clutching his hand tightly as we made our way back through the labyrinthine belly of Walmart. The store seemed to protest our departure, the corridors twisting unnaturally, but the ritual had broken the curse's hold, granting us passage. As we emerged into the night, the Walmart loomed behind us, a silent sentinel masking the horrors it had harbored. Our escape was a rebirth, stepping out of the darkness and into a world that felt both familiar and irrevocably changed. In the days that followed, my story was met with skepticism and disbelief, dismissed as the ravings of a man driven to the brink of madness by grief and guilt. But I know the truth of what happened within those walls, of the curse that had claimed so many innocent souls, and the price I paid for our freedom. The laughter of children no longer comforts me. It's a reminder of the echoes I left behind in the hidden depths of Walmart, of a curse broken but forever etched in my soul. My bond with Alex, strengthened in the crucible of our ordeal, has become my anchor, a constant in the aftermath of unexplainable horror. And so I share my tale, a cautionary story of an ordinary evening that descended into nightmare, of a father's love tested in the face of unimaginable darkness. Let it serve as a reminder that within the most familiar places lie secrets that should never be awakened, and that some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed.